it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and know how you survive. shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper la di da di da da da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La di da di da da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and nor will you survive. And not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I no longer blind the antithesis of you. The fire in my heart will only grow. If you shut the gates, I'll burn them down. I am 1,000 steps ahead of you. You'll see soon. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper la di da di da da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La di da di da da. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper la di da di da da.
1, go. Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go. There's something in these eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly.
and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Esports World Cup APAC Qualifier Finals. This region, it might be small, but it is mighty. Only one spot to be earned. The 14 teams looking to grab it. Who's it going to be? Well, it's up to them to decide. We are just the storytellers. I'm your host, Taylor Reflections Noble, of course, joined by the one and only, and excited to be here beside him. Of course, I'm talking I Hold Shift, brother. It's been a little bit since we worked together. It's actually been quite a while, almost a year.
Yeah.
But now we're finally reunited. How's everything going?
Reunited, and it feels so good. My friends, my family. Come in here a little bit closer.
Uh-oh.
It's going to be an evening worth of Call of Duty Warzone. Wow, we've got the midnight oil already burning. You got the geriatric cast with Taylor and I going on.
That's crazy.
But, like you mentioned, we've got one squad to qualify for APAC, and the stakes could not be higher, especially knowing that EWC, well, you've been able to prepare for it for a while now. It's not going to be some sort of last-second introduction to the schedule. You know what you're going to get, so hopefully our teams are prepped up and ready to go.
So much money, right? The Esports World Cup, as far as I'm concerned, has changed, the esports environment. Not only from a talent perspective, but also from a player perspective. I think during, of course, the new Prime Series, Hisoka, the IGL for SSD, or Team Falcons, depending on what tournament he's playing in, where his identity is going to be, saying, this is like his Super Bowl. And he's already waiting, looking at the teams that are competing, who's he going to be able to prey upon? Well, he's looking to prey upon one of the great teams here from the APAC region. But it's been a long road to get to this point. Just because we're broadcasting for the first time here on EWC White doesn't mean the players have been sitting idly by. Let's talk about the road that they had to take in order to get to this point. Because like I said, it wasn't easy by any means. First, we had this solo seeding stage. All teams had to break out into respective groups. And, well, those groups had to play each other during the group stage. And you notice 12 maps across the group stage qualifiers. And when we talk about the APAC region, well, there's one team who dominated and ended up being successfully in first by over 100 points. We'll touch on them in just a bit. But the important thing is we're here at our final stage. 14 teams, 8 maps to get through. It's not going to be easy. And the reason why is because that team over towards your left, a team that is representing Na'Vi, an organization that's been around since the beginning of time when it comes to esports. Of course, we're talking about Limax and his crew. Talk to me about them, Shift, and why they're playing today and should be winning the gold medal.
Yeah, they're pretty damn good, Taylor. It's just one of those things that, this set trio of Levi, Limax, and Zeppa have really put, I would say, the Asia Pacific region on the map when it comes to Warzone. Obviously, there's been a lot of experience with not just those individuals playing across a number of different types of competitiveness when it comes to Call of Duty. All three of them at one point in time were challengers players, and very successful ones at that. But now in the Warzone space and committing to this kind of as their endeavor, they have really been the mainstay of what's coming out from down under. And in particular, you not just look at how they were able to qualify with a lot of dominance in their region, like you mentioned, nearly 600 total points throughout that main group stage, which is 150-ish points more than the next closest squad. But most importantly, this is a team that was brought together to try to do well at EWC last year, and they achieved that top 5 position. Now looking to take that a step better, maybe to possibly win the grand prize at the end of the road.
Yeah, and there were only a handful of teams that truly challenged the Falcons roster. Of course, I'm talking Hisoka, Shifty, and Biffle, who end up winning the Esports World Cup and then going on, mind you, and winning the World Series of Warzone Global Finals in Las Vegas.
Yeah.
They are considered the dynasty team, but this trio of Na'Vi, like you said, we're there, 5th place, and a team that was truly a challenge and almost a roadblock for that Falcons roster, and definitely a roadblock for all the other rosters who ended up finishing below them. Na'Vi, the dominant team going into today. We'll try to not make it the Na'Vi show, okay? But it's probably going to be it's going to be hard not to, because they're just that good. But there are some other rosters that have competed for quite some time when it comes to Warzone competition and have even made it to the World Series of Warzone stage, for example. And we're going to be looking out for them without question. And of course, I'm talking about one of the rosters of XMQ. XMQ's he's been there. Granted, 40 teams played on the World Series of Warzone global stage in Vegas. They end up getting 38th. Not the most impressive performance, but the reality is they were there. Okay, and just making it to that stage is impactful. And for that roster, they finished 3rd place in the overall points standings. But the reality is they still need to get like 250 to catch up to what Na'Vi is at, right? So, but at least I'm going to try and keep the narrative alive,
Sure.
right? There are some teams that can challenge them, hopefully.
Yeah, and I think the thing about it is you kind of look at that team, and I'm looking at whatever it takes as well. Navi was sitting in that C group, and they did really, really well against Group A and Group D. But whatever it takes, actually put together a pretty respectable score when they were playing in the same lobby as Navi. That's the other thing about this. Like, the point tallies for what they played in the group stage may not necessarily translate for a 1-for-1 when you've got just the solo 14 teams that we have here always dropping against the same squad. So we saw that really kind of happen in EWC last year. We started to build this narrative of who was going to challenge Falcons on their drop location? Right. And Navi was never a part of that condition. They played their own game through all 8 drops and ended up getting into that 5th place position. But I think when you start to look at how you're going to set up yourself for success moving down the road, whoever comes out of this region, you have to be able to look at the moniker of this team currently in the lead is landing here. We have to find a way to challenge them so they're not walking away with 3 points every single time, especially throughout that resurgence stage. So lots of questions there, but I think for Navi, this is about just throwing the brass stones around, having yourself a whale all the time, and just beat up on the rest of the competition, because that's the expectation for these guys. And if they back down or if they show any kind of vulnerabilities, I think their stock gets immediately reduced, even if they do qualify.
The brass stones, I'm taking that from you, by the way. That is a wonderful statement I want to use in everyday life. Control is where Navi likes to go. Control has been their location even from last year. So you know where they're at. The question is, like you brought up, who challenges them? Yeah. Who's willing to, who has the cojones, rather, to just go for them and try and take them down? Because, we talked about it during the Vegas finals, during the World Series of Warzone. Like, for example, SSD. Who's going to challenge them? Who's going to try and take the fight to them and keep them away from match points, right? Stop them and extend the tournament. Nobody challenged them because nobody wanted to risk their tournament life or risk their potential of making thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars more. True. And that's the reality here. Well, granted, a little bit less because there is only one spot. So I think it's even more severe, actually. I'm going to say that because there's only one spot up for grabs. You know who the favorite is. You know where they land. Have you done your homework to challenge them in Control? Well, maybe so. This year around, we changed up the format, by the way. Instead of the 2x multiplier, it's now 1.6.
That's big.
So, and it's huge because now eliminations matter more. Getting aggressive is more impactful because you're not benefiting as much from a win. Yeah. But again, like, some of these teams get too aggressive. You got to find that fine balance shift.
Yeah, and again, you're playing for one spot, so you can't leave anything on the table here. I mean, we can always say it so many times, so many different ways. Like, you just have to take the challenge. And I think in particular, we, kind of remember this when we talked about teams like Fnatic and teams like Twisted Minds from last year, when it just felt like there was this level of everyone's playing for second until we got to like drop 7, drop 8. And everyone's like, wait a second, we could actually win this thing. And then we started to see those teams really square up early. You can't wait to do that. I think if you're a squad who's off our radar right now, which is legitimately everybody but Navi, you have to come out, take them out of the picture, and set yourself up to possibly build a bit of a cushion to where if you do make mistakes, it doesn't punish you as much. So that's kind of where my headspace is when it terms not just this region, but as we look forward into the summer and into Riyadh, when we're looking at whoever the favorites happen to be at that time, is there just going to be a lot of freedom given throughout that opening stage of let's just make it to the finals and then let's play for position? Or will there be a new contender that says, no, screw that noise, we want to win the $1 million+ that come, or at least the lion's share of that comes with this tournament? So lots of pressure, I think, just in terms of changing the mentality this year compared to last year.
Yeah, freedom means you have respect for your opponents, and having too much respect for your opponents makes you docile, and that's not where you want to be. You got to be aggressive. For example, watching that new documentary with Hisoka on Prime, you could just see his confidence. You can hear his confidence if you ever spoke with him, right? I mean, he's fully confident in his ability to not only IGL that roster, but just be a dominant player. That's the type of energy you have to bring when you're competing at the top level, such as this. Granted, it's only one spot earned, but then you ultimately want to move on, right, to Saudi. When you go to Saudi, your job doesn't get easier. In fact, it's just now starting, and the competition's going to be even higher. Plus, you're going to be playing in front of a loud crowd, which, hey, sometimes that can make you a bit nervous. Now, the good news is for this Navi roster, they've been there, they've done that, and they're looking to come back for more. Now, I do want to talk about the other qualifiers that took place just a little bit earlier, which is pretty fun. For example, MENA, LATAM North ended up taking place. And for MENA, really exciting excited about these two rosters that move forward. We're talking Hamoud's as well as Robstar with Showstopper and Zix. Now, why do I like those roster? Well, Hamoud, first and foremost, he played last year, if you remember.
Great.
And that roster was Team Falcons. They were the Team Falcons roster representing. No, excuse me. They were just Hamoud. They're Team Falcons during the World Series of Warzone play. But Hamoud's the only team, by the way, Shift, to really truly challenge Stronghold, which is where Hisoka was anchoring. They were the only team to give it to them, and they're now looking to do it in back-to-back years. But then also Robstar, a phenomenal player, coming from the EU side of things over to the MENA side of things, much like Juki's did, to try and qualify, and the risk paid off. But we were watching Juki's and talking about him. Shift through third place, just narrowly not making it through.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's a different format. It's a different style of Warzone than what a lot of these guys grind out on a regular basis. And, you know, for a player like Juki's, I think the name alone carries a lot of weight. But it is one of those situations that, like, looking at the teams that qualified, they're not slouches at all. Like Robstar and Showstopper, I thought played really, really well. Zizix, again, just has been really, really solid over the course of playing in Resurgence in particular. And then, like you mentioned, Hamoud, he's been really consistent across just about everything when it comes to Warzone. So, yeah, it's just one of those situations that you look at and you say, you can't just walk your way into this. You can't just figure that we're going to be in, we're going to be qualified, we're good, we've got this guy that is, you know, the anchor of all anchors, like, we're going to be solid, let the rest of the guys go frag, we're going to be good. And, you know, for Juki's team, they started off the tournament well, they won their first drop, and it's like, okay, this feels like it's going to go as expected, but teams started to modify, teams started to change, and, you know, that's just, again, what are we talking about here? We're waiting for games to start, we're trying to throw stuff at the wall. Everything is different from what we had from last year. It's not the same style of, like, we're dealing with a team who had won 99% of all Warzone tournaments for the last calendar year anymore. We're dealing with people who are growing and learning and prepping for this event, not just a couple of months before. They're doing it way ahead of time. So you can't take anyone for granted. And that's the story point here for Na'Vi.
Yeah, you can't. And again, you only have 8 games to play today. And that seems like a lot, but they go very quickly, especially when you don't get on a roll. Hey, it's hard to bring yourself out of that negative space, especially if you get into it a little bit early on. And game 1, though, is going to be exciting. Again, who's going to challenge Control? Who's going to challenge that Na'Vi roster? Who's looking to dominate all day long? By the way, Hamoud, Zix, different rosters this time around. They were on the same roster last year, so that's going to be a fun storyline going into it. Obviously, eyes are on Sage, the previous teammate of Shifty and Biffle, who now playing with Hisoka. Now, most likely, he's going to be coming back. Storylines galore. Goat Clamp also making it from the LATAM North region, which a powerful player in his own right with Neto and Volcom. And then, of course, King Monty resolving Extra J. I think that's the biggest surprise coming out of LATAM North. They've got a big chip on their shoulder. They truly feel that they can take on the world, and they're looking to do exactly that for all of the money. But as far as game 1 goes, chat, get loud. Let us know. Who are you predicting to win? Repolls has been doing a watch party all day long. In fact, for 12 plus hours. By the time he's done with this, he's going to be at 16 plus shift. We were just talking about how old we are. You called it the geriatric, clinic. I don't know about that, if I could back it up, but you're not wrong from it, especially in the gaming world. 16-hour watch party. That's nuts.
It is nuts. I think I heard, though, from production that we're going to a break. So we're going to do that instead of filling time here. So we'll be right back. Don't go far.
There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's 2, 1, go. Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go. Come into my world if you wanna see some.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Esports World Cup APAC Qualifier Finals. I'm Taylor Reflections Double, joined by Hold Shift. We're about to get into that game one, baby. It's heating up just like it's heating up in Saudi Arabia. Shift, when you got off that plane, man, tell me about the heat, bro. I know it was like midnight, but it was still like 100 degrees.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking like daytime averages of 120 degrees, brother. I remember, dude, I remember getting off the bus from the hotel to the venue the first day and watching Enigma like walk through that heat. And I swear to Jesus, all of those British boys were burnt for just 10 minutes of walking from bus to venue. This place is a little different. It gets hot, it gets heated.
What's up with those British folks, man? Like, just never seeing the light of day, never seeing the sun. You know, one of the things about them, they're like, oh, we got a heat wave. And I'm like, what is this heat wave? It's like 70 degrees over there, bro. Like 80 degrees, and they're just burning up, dude. Different. But it's it's weird, dude. I know I was looking at Infinity Brody. He was just like, dude, he was dying. He was absolutely dying. Meanwhile, it was like a blow dryer straight to the face.
Correct.
Saudi Arabia is not to play around with. You go over there, if you qualify today, man, or you're coming over there to spectate, make sure you're drinking water, because you're going to need it, without question, bro. You're going to need it, dude. Yeah, it's going to be a good day, though, without question. Ready for it, happy for it, excited for it. Game one should be starting relatively soon. I was watching repos a little bit. They're complimenting beards on the players, man. Yeah, you know, beards is one of those things I kind of caught on late in life. Yeah, you've been ahead of the game, dude. You, Miles is glorious
Miles
with his
is
beard.
different.
Who else do we got? Goj?
Yeah, Goj,
Come on.
Nameless. I mean, like, I feel like it's just one of those things. Like, if you work in the Call of Duty space, you have to have some sort of facial hair. Shout out Enigma and Brody.
and a chain. You know how peer pressured I was to go and buy a chain because of you guys?
Oh, dude, it's
crazy.
crazy. It's
for
crazy.
the first time in my life.
Yeah, no, I actually I vibe with that completely because again, I'm a 37-year-old man, and I remember like. You know, it's just one of those things, like especially for like Study and Nameless and those guys that were like former players. That's just like what they always did. But like, I got a cool story for mine. Mine's actually a matching necklace to my girlfriend's bracelet. So,
oh no kidding.
Yeah, so we've got a little vibe going on with ours. It means a little more than just being cool.
Good, and good for both of you, man. I've been seeing the pictures out there. You guys seem so happy. Is she a golfer though? That's the big thing with you. I know you were a golfer.
She's learning, and she's not bad. Already made a solo birdie and a couple of pars. This girl's an athlete. It's gonna be fun.
Right on, dude. I went to Topgolf for the first time literally in my life the other day, and I was hitting bombs. I said, record me. I told my girl, I said, you got to record me, man, because I know I'm feeling good. I'm looking good. And sent it to my friends and just immediately got obliterated.
Oh, no.
By my sweet dude. I need some lessons. I need some help. They said everything was good when you started, but as soon as then you lifted the club, everything went wrong.
Yeah, you look good. That's half the part. You know what I mean? Looking and feeling the part is maybe more than actually, you know, achieving and executing the part. So
apparently my pants were too tight though, so I did take note on that. That's something fair. I could fix immediately. All right. Hey, it looks like game one. We're having another bit of a restart. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back though, the tournament will continue.
something in his eyes. There's a storm thing, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. go. 3, 2, 1, go. Three, two, one, go. One by one, you always come back like a curse. Looking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La di da di da da da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La di da di da da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and nor will you survive. And not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. The fire in my heart will only grow. If you shut the gates, I'll burn them down. I am 1,000 steps ahead of you. You'll see soon. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La di da di da da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La di da di da da. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La di da di da da.
Hey, welcome back everyone to the Esports World Cup APAC Qualifier Finals. I know it's been a long wait. We truly apologize. We're having some technical issues in terms of us getting into the game. We're working on it diligently. I know we're hopping into game 2. There's a lot of streams that are live. If you just want to keep up to date, of course, we look to bring the action as quickly as we can. But until then, we're going to go back to another break, about 15 or so minutes. We're working hard to fix the issues. Don't go anywhere.
There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Don't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing 2, 1, go. Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go.
And welcome back, everybody, to the Esports World Cup APAC Qualifier Finals. We appreciate your patience. We are back, baby. Hopping into Game 2. Game 1 was played off stream. We apologize for that, but just an update. It was XMQ Devour who ended up taking it with 22 eliminations. They get first place, and we're actually going to be starting off with that very roster in front of you. Curious where they end up going, because as we talked about it, when it comes to this Na'Vi roster, Limax and his crew, they love to go control, but it looks like we're going to good old factory potentially, or maybe even on this harbor side. This side of the map shift sees a lot of activity.
Oh, yeah. And if I remember correctly, and I don't remember much because my age is not as prime as it used to be, this Na'Vi team liked to play towards boat a lot of the time last year, and it didn't really benefit them in terms of early eliminations. It allowed them a chance to like get a feel for their loot and put them in a spot to try to get maybe late rotations and things of the nature. But you're right, factory has been a bit of a hot spot, at least based on what we've seen across the different regions at this point. You also got to keep in mind other places that were very successful for squads last year were places like Prison. It did feel like, you know, our top three teams between Fnatic, Falcons, and Twisted Minds all had like 3 individual locations that they were able to dominate off the get-go. But it definitely felt like, you know, just talking about drop strategy, there was a level of go with what you know, and that worked out for our top 5 teams overall.
Yeah, we got a bit of a rehost. We're coming back to us, but I believe it was Fnatic and crew who like to go Prison.
Yeah, good call.
That was their location. Twisted Minds also, because I remember that final moment that ended up taking place. It was Fnatic, Twisted Minds fighting for that Prison roof, one jumping off of the tower. That's what ended up happening. I think that was before we saw like the towers and stuff would. Okay, all right, Bobby Boucher, hey, shout out to you. Next timer is dedicated to you, but I don't know the story behind that one, but I'm here for it. Maybe we can get a bit of an understanding after the break. But yeah, man, you know, hey, first off, chat, seriously, we appreciate your patience, okay? APAC region, we haven't seen them all qualifier long. Nobody's done any watch parties for the APAC region. We finally got one with Repulse. You finally got us as well. I know it's going to take a little bit, but we're going to get there.
Bobby Boucher's the water boy. It's Adam Sandler.
That's what I thought he was.
Bobby Boucher. I got a high quality H2O.
You're a nut. You're a nut. You know what? And you know what's so sad too? That movie's getting so old that a lot of the young viewers aren't even going to know what that is. Man.
Watch it.
Bobby Boucher, the water boy. We're going to take a time. We're going to have a conversation with this guy. Get some water ourselves. We're going to take a quick break. We'll come back. Game 2 coming your way. And welcome back, everybody, to the Esports World Cup APAC Qualifier Finals. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by I Hold Shift. We're getting into game number 2. Once again, we appreciate your patience. Fingers crossed everything is going to work as it should. I don't know. I'm feeling pretty good about it, knock on wood, but I think this game 2, it's going to be live, and I think we're going the distance shift.
Hopefully we go further than just touching boots on ground's distance, and that would be an improvement from what we've had to this point. But yeah, everything looks like we are into the mix pretty much full on, so we love that. And yeah, now it's just down to trying to learn about these teams as we eventually get into the mix. And again, this early game situation, even when we were looking at the event from last year, and a lot of different resurgence events that we've had over the course of Warzone's history, like the first really 2 circles, not going to make or break how your game goes. It's what happens in the last 3 or 4, in my mind, that kind of get yourself into a position to win a drop. So there's a level of, again, put yourself in the best form to fight, try to get a couple of early kills, and just don't put yourself too far away on the back foot.
Yeah, it's those early elims that can add up without question. Obviously, that's where Resurgence is still active. You've got your anchor player who should be holding it down. So even if you do have 2 players who drop, your anchor player is going to stay up long enough for your teammates to get back into the fight. Here we are, Na'Vi, the team to watch, and while out there in the chat, another talented roster we just saw there dropping a Lodi is going to be Teeny & Co., who had a wonderful first game, 19 eliminations, finished off in about 6 or so. Teeny was incredible, nearly pulling off a miracle play to get his teammates back into the mix. So up perspectives quite a bit, but you can just see there's tons of fights going down. As Shift said, that's just the name of the game this early on.
Yeah, it really is. I think I'm glad you pointed to that team with Obsbray and Teeny, because they were the team that did finish second in the group stage. And also, I think just you look at how they performed as a team out of Group B, they actually did one of the best when it comes to like how they played up against Na'Vi. They actually technically beat them in that drop, in that kind of combination of groups, rather, I should say. So something to be told there about, again, a squad that could potentially ring some bells, as we do see, at least on the victim side, kind of this little back and forth between Kitten and some of that Na'Vi squad.
Sussy Kitten. Got to think Australian there, sussy. It's just one of the words. I was listening to repulls earlier. Some words he can't say on broadcast anymore. Despite it. Look, anytime you discuss repulls, you gotta be careful. You never know what they're doing. They're always dropping a low, getting weird on chat, but that's why we love the repulls watch parties, okay? Back on board with Na'Vi. Now, one of the things, Shift, that I really appreciated from their game 1 when I was watching it off stream, they land control, and man, they are active, constantly pushing. We're talking up the grandmas to prison, back to control, back to prison, through tunnel. They are moving and grooving and trying to take advantage of, obviously, with first place only being 1.6x. They're one of the notable teams to truly get active. And another thing that they do very well is they utilize that locker to consistently get free PAs, precision airstrikes, which are very valuable, right? I mean, those can cost upwards of 4K each. So go into, instead of, spending that money, you're getting them by just exchanging weapons up. But this is the roster you mentioned just a little bit earlier, one of the fan favorites out there. They're getting active, pushing forward, and getting the last guy in the water, potentially trying to go for an early squad wipe.
That could be pretty big. There is a level. We talked about this quite a bit at AWC as well, especially in the early stages of, you're a strong team, you have a lot of expectations. Do you even want to finish off full squads, or do you want to let them respawn just to have a chance to get some more eliminations? Look, kind of farm them up a little bit. But we'll see kind of how things go here, as Obs and Co. will be able to take down the player inside the water, but enough time had been killed to at least allow a teammate or 2 to come back into the picture. So we have lost 2 squads overall, but there's still plenty of population around as we head back over to the squad that dropped onto the win for round number 1. Kind of it's all over the place right now. And again, it's just seeing kind of how teams are shooting early, I think, is the biggest thing about this. Can you get your loadout?
Yeah.
Can you get some early tallies? It's going to be difficult for us to build narratives this early on.
Over at Living Quarters, that's typically an active place. You can see Sussy and Co. have moved up from Stronghold. They're over on green. A very popular spot to lock in and lock down. We transfer back over towards Chemical, which is going to see quite a bit of action, mainly from the side of Obs and Co. This is the spot that they love to land. They're going to be maining this location, which if they do end up qualifying, going to the world stage over in Riyadh, they're going to have some company in the likes of like Aiden, for example, potentially Team Falcons, Hamoud, who ultimately end up rotating as far as Chemical once they go through Factory. But taking this rooftop is definitely valuable, but it also exposes you to a lot of different angles. We're talking tower, we're talking even further on down towards, the harbor side of the map. But it seems like that's where they're comfortable. That's where they're going to be, and Obs and them are getting active. They're pushing this team in Chemical, and they want to lock it in.
Yeah, I just want to give just go backwards a little bit and talk about the team we were just on board with, that team Chablis. Winred, a former Rush player who from Japan, was in the conversation with Libel and Vertex as one of the best Japanese Call of Duty multiplayer teams back in the day. That was a long time ago, though. We're talking like Black Ops 4 and in the original reboot of Modern Warfare, but good to see the name kind of come back into play again. It's been a while since I've seen Japanese Call of Duty be played, and that is our only full Japanese team that we have. Actually, no, I lied to you. There's another full Japanese team, Team XBB. But it's nice to see, again, this Asia-Pacific region showcase more than just the Aussie boys that we usually keep our focus on.
Yeah, for sure, right? And look, World Series of Warzone, Japanese team makes some big impacts. You go back to London, we had a Japanese team that ended up placing, I believe, top 10, if I'm not mistaken, making big waves. And really, the only person that had them on their radar was Dream Crazy. And she pointed them out and said, look, you really got to keep your head on a swivel for these boys. And they ended up playing very well, that's what I love about Warzone. It's just, an international game played all around the world. And yeah, we highlight North America and Europe so often, but APAC region, they're serious. And while they're looking to go all the way, again, Na'Vi last year, 5th place. Who had them on their radar in 5th place? Yeah, they thought they were going to be good, but we didn't expect them to be that good. Yeah. They surprised us. Teeny, XMQ, man, that team is getting active. I can only assume over at Chemical, moving towards Harbor. They're racking up a lot of eliminations.
I still have 12 teams, though. Again, this is a lot about get yourself into fighting form. And you take a look at Chablis' team, they are in some significant trouble here. Just, again, kind of continuing to play one player on an island. Just trying to hope that the team has a chance to get back into the roster, and into the game, rather, I should say. So yeah, I think you're right to point to the squads that we continue to see on the left side of the kill feed. Zeppa and the rest of the Na'Vi boys continue to be there. You also have the same thing with Obs' squad, same situation, where they're continuing to find these knocks and kills, and those tallies will eventually start to mean something when we get into the late game and we start talking about things like multiplier. Hasi showed up quite a bit in the kill feed as well, just for what it's worth. So another player to kind of keep your eye on there, as their team didn't do terribly, finished in 6th overall through the group stage, point away from finishing top 5. So good start for them by the look of it. Hard to say with any full certainty, but him, Drizzy, and Cologne have been pretty decent in terms of at least showing up on the right side of the kill feed.
Watching 50 Cent, Bagar, and Co. They're going to be challenged relatively soon. Limax and them from Na'Vi are going to be working their way up top, or excuse me, it's going to be Braytini and Obs who are going to be working their way up. So this fight could very well end the run in game 2, and it looks like Obs is off to a wonderful start. We did lose yet another roster.
I think that was them.
For that team of Vagar. Oh, that was them. Wow, they were finished off incredibly quickly. Prison is going to see a lot of activity. You mentioned Twisted Minds, obviously Fnatic. Prison tends to be, if it's not hot off the start, it's a major convergence point. Everybody wants that high ground, and it's usually center zone. Yeah,
and this has been interesting to see how Obs and Bray and Teeny have played this map out to this point, because they are contesting Prison, but they're mostly not like, they're playing this down over towards like Factory and stuff. Like, they've been farming this team, it feels like, for a while. And we did see, Obs right now is on 11 total kills. I want to say Bray was on 7. So they're putting together a really significant tally early in terms of, again, just doing the job in terms of kills. And then you can start to sit there and say, okay, we don't necessarily have to fight in the late game. We can just kind of sit, chill, play for rotation. And as we start to get closer and closer to Circle 4, we'll see teams really start to prefer for that, as the circle becomes pretty small and does force some really difficult decisions.
So Factory, it's going to be the next location to truly be a hot spot. You've got multiple layers, obviously, at this location. You've also got Red down below, which is a main transitional point for those who have been in Living, those who have been in Factory, It's tough, though, when you get stuck down there. You want to break away as quickly as possible, and in this case, you will see that from XMQ. They're going to be working their way up, potentially trying to take over Living or ultimately Green. There is going to be a team currently set up there. This is a very spicy spot to be in. This is where you run into multitudes, not only of streaks, but players collapsing into your buy station. You've got to clear that road. You're most likely going to get mowed down from somebody from Green, maybe even someone over on Prison Tower. It's never easy to be here, but sometimes you just got to make do with it. Great shots, should be a drop or at least close to it, and I do notice Teeny is getting active too. We're about to get down to the fire cell, and fire cell, by the way, Shift, it changed quite a bit in one of the most recent updates. Now you get either a free self-res or you can get a free revive.
Yep.
Love the new additions there because that keeps the game rolling.
Yeah, and I think what just kind of looking at how we've seen the action today, a lot of teams I feel like are preferring, and again, the perspective is limited to what we end up getting from our observers, but it feels like a lot of teams are preferring to go into the self-res. It just makes life a little bit easier in terms of your ability to have your teammates just fight over you rather than having to try to get you back up or purchase you back. So that extra lease on life could be big. And speaking of, you look at what we have here for team number 8, and everyone's got a self-res. So there is a level of, again, trying to prefer, what do you want to do, whether it's trying to get a free late purchase or just trying to get yourself back into the picture. But you talk about what those two decisions look like. Do you want to have the chance of having a self-res to where you're immediately right back into the fight with your same loadout, or do you want to have the free revive where do you have to still get all your shit back, to put it plainly? So it's especially in the late game, that becomes really difficult, I think, to try to find a way to make that happen.
On Green, you got team who's going to be up top, team down low. It's first time seeing Pawn Light as well as Flex Storm. Breaking out's not going to be easy. They're going to be held up, not only from tents, because there is going to be a team over at Control in the distance, but with that elim, maybe there is going to be an opportunity to break free. Plus, they also have a player who's going to be just behind them in the gas. Another update, by the way, if your gas mask breaks when you are in gas, you are now pinged on the map. That wasn't a thing before, so there is a real risk to making gas plays now, especially when the zones get later and later. You never know when your gas mask is going to break, and then the ping is going to be on the map and your location is going to be exposed. In this case, Pablo and them, they're going to have to swing it wide. Pushing tents isn't an option. They're already going to be down a player. It's going to be a 3v2. Plus, you've got another team that ended up joining in the mix. You got 3 players fighting around the buy station, and Flex Storm is getting active.
Yeah, it's one of those situations that, again, as you try to rotate around these barracks up high onto the crisscross kind of trackbacks, you have to kind of just choose what you want to do here. Do you yet want to play for the kills first and then rotate late, or do you want to try to play for the rotation first? And it looks like Team 8 is playing for the kills first now, but now the question starts to come into play. How the hell do we get back up there? I mean, because the circle is going to force you to move. Actually, you can kind of see what's going to happen. The modular circle is going to actually give them a little bit of benefit here. So honestly speaking, Pwn, Light, and Flex are in a great position. They've got to look at Navi on the left, and then there's a fight happening over towards their top right. They're in a great spot, a little bit circle blessed here.
Yeah, they can play Gatekeeper. This is wonderful for them. Now, the question is, do they have the experience and the wherewithal to hold this down with teams pushing into them? That's going to be the biggest question, and you just notice they will, in fact, break away. The bad thing, though, is the buildings that they can hide in are wall bangable, so they're not necessarily going to be safe. It's going to be some cover, but it's not necessarily hard cover per se, but either way, looking pretty good. Limex in the air. He's going to have to full send it down. I don't even know if he's going to be able to touch the ground. He will, but he's going to die as soon as he does. Great shots from Light on your screen. This team coming out of nowhere, playing very well. Quite honestly, they're the favorites currently to win.
Yeah, again, they're really majorly blessed by how this circle moved, but they're getting a little bit of help from our previous winners on this 1v1 with Navi. So yeah, you've got the ability to kind of pick and choose your fight on your own terms, and now it's just down to finding the last kill, which they get on the Levi. So yeah, I was about to sit there and say, Reflections, I'm sitting here watching these guys like, okay, we're playing for kills, but like there's no route up this mountain. If this circle pulls against you, you're out to dry. But they get blessed, and that's the beauty of the randomization of that final circle being modular. It ends up working out perfectly. Yes, you are just behind some canvas and some canopies of those barracks, but you're watching teams fight each other at a pretty safe distance, and you of course have streaks, smokes, everything else that you can give yourself some separation. So really good stuff from them, and that's going to be a really solid, honestly, late tally into that final circle plus the win in terms of total kills. That'll make them competitive.
Yeah, without a doubt. Since didn't catch how many eliminations they ended up finishing with, but I think it was relatively high because they were in living quarters for quite some time, and every time we were watching Flex Storm, he was picking up elim after elim after elim. Now, the scary thing is, though, Na'Vi gets second place, and they weren't standing idly by. I think things were a little bit more quiet from game 1 to game 2 for them on the control side, but they did rotate over to prison, and they did have an opportunity for plenty of eliminations. I'm taking a peek at Limax's screen to see if I can catch how many elims they were able to finish off with. But second place, Na'Vi, that's the scary thing about them, is even if they're not getting consistent wins, they're still consistently getting elims and deep placings into the top 3. But hey, that's game 2 done. We have 6 more to go. We're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, we'll update you with the stats and the scoring. Don't go anywhere.
2, 1, go. Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go. There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's
And welcome back, everybody, to the Esports World Cup APAC Qualifier Finals. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by I Hold Shift. Game 2 has concluded, and it was a surprise ending. Team Light taking first place. The two winners, XMQ, Team Light, in Games 1 and Game 2. Question is, who will get it in game 3. Shift, the only question remains, who's at the top?
Yeah, Navi's going to have a narrow lead, largely thanks to the consistency of them being in that final fight overall. Whereas, for Team Light, obviously they get the win. They're not able to pull the same kind of kill tallies though overall. So there's whereas for whatever it takes, Navi, DVX, those 3 teams have consistently found themselves in the top 4 in the first 2 drops. So the consistency is always key, and the top 3 teams are being rewarded for that. Although, again, one good game, one good win can immediately get really just about anybody back up into the picture. I think it's, I hate to bring this up so early, but those teams that find themselves like with only, 20 points, got to do some work here now, because you're going to start to lose out on the opportunity to make up that ground as we get deeper into the event.
Oh, well, that, like I said, like these games, there's 8 of them, but it goes by quick, especially if you're struggling. It's hard, especially if you're a team that has struggled in the past and you just don't have a strong IGL. You don't have that short-term memory. You get lost in the sauce. 20 points. Now you're looking at, there's only one spot available. You're looking at Navi at 63. You're sitting at 20. Obviously, we're talking about CLD World. It's time to get busy. Time to get to work, because those teams aren't going to slow down. You need to speed up. Let's hop into game number 3. Navi, like you mentioned, with a very narrow lead at 63. Whatever it takes. A team that we expected to perform well. Obviously a fan favorite when it comes out there into our chat. Shout out to you. We're talking Obs, Bray, and Teeny. A very real chance to catch up. They are less than 4 points away, but then you got DVX, XMQ, Vague, Devour, who are also in the running. Top 3, as close as it could possibly get. First place, there's no guarantees at the moment. It could be any of those 3. It'd be a big shakeup if Navi didn't make it, Shift.
Yeah, it really would be. And again, it's too early to hit the panic button for anybody, but this is closer than maybe we would have expected, just based on how the group stage had gone, and just generally kind of looking at the names on paper. So consistency's been good for our top 3 teams to this point. You add a 4th into the picture, now with, Light finding the success that they had in the last game, especially in that late circle. So kind of keep your eye on squad number 8 in the kill feed as they've entered the conversation here alongside, this team right here. You also have team number 3. That's the team that, DVX, that won that first match. And then, of course, you got to keep your eye on Navi overall. So it should be fun to kind of see how this map unfolds and how those squads end up, in these early moments, trying to get those kills. I think especially for Team Light, who were not able to find many early eliminations until the very end of the game.
Well, and the thing, they would have benefited with the old system, the old point system, where it would have been a 2x multiplier. That would have helped them at least a little bit. But now that it's 1.6x, getting a win is great, and it's definitely helpful. But if you're not getting those eliminations, it's just simply, it's not going to be enough, right, to pass some of the most dominant teams. We hop over towards Factory. XMQ is here. They seem like they pretty much got all the real estate that they could possibly want. They do have players up in Grand Malls up ahead, but all they're going to do is fire some pop shots to hold on to what they got. But Prison, we consistently bring it up. We got 4 teams in this spot, plus you got MB with Jester and Z. MB up top looking to pop some heads.
Yeah, and we've seen this before in EWC, how this finds so much success. You're, in a position on top of Water Tower just to do this, find some opening shots. Also have an AR in your back pocket, or LMG in this case, in your back pocket to try to find anyone topside Prison. And it allows kind of an anchor position for you to rock off. So yeah, really good stuff overall in terms of setting yourself up for a chance to get some early kills. Love it. In just hopefully for those guys, it turns into something that leads to more, not just marginal success, but something that can help you build towards the late game.
I know it's smart to be up there on the tower with the anchor. I can't stand players, though, in my games that are on top of that tower, dude. Can't stand it, shit. They got to get down, man. I'm looking to take them out. PA, LDBR, I don't care. That thing, not only the water tower, but also the tower that overlooks the prison roof, man. It's just, it's so annoying when they get up there. It's tough to take them down, especially at this level. They'll anchor up there for the entirety of the game. And I believe it was Breadman who did that very well last year. Yep. And yeah, set the example with the sniper.
Yeah, it wasn't necessarily, I think the biggest thing about that, like just reflecting on last year's strategies compared to what won versus what we're seeing across the qualifiers at this point. It's like, yeah, Breadman was up there a lot, but hitting sniper shots and even downing players is kind of whatever. Like, I don't mean to like make it sound like you're not getting, getting a kill or two is like not important, but it's just tough to finish eliminations from that spot. Like you can get all the downs that you want, but being able to convert those into kills can sometimes be a little bit more difficult if your squad is continually on the buyback cycle, where one player's falling in, the other player's just trying to get their loot back, and Breadman's just up there sniping, whatever that happens to look like. So there is a level of utilizing key positions that are difficult for players to take down your anchor versus being able to use that position to actually find success for your team. So that's why I think just generally I prefer to see what teams like Fnatic were doing and Twisted Minds were doing to try to combat against Falcons, where all three members could get active and not just wait for one Slayer to come in, finish off kills, die, come back, and do it all over again.
A bit of a tussle with the muscle. Hobbs, he's pushing up, he's aggressive, he's confident, but does he clear his left side? He does. Doesn't mean he's out of the woodworks just yet. Despite he finishing off one, there is still going to be a couple of players up ahead for himself. He's actually quite separated. You notice Bray's going to be up top of Chemical. Meanwhile, you got Teeny and Ops, who's going to be pushing forward. Again, setting that anchor is going to be Bray. And I say he's quite separated, still within striking distance. They also have a buy station locked down. We come back over towards Factory. XMQ is down, but that gives an opportunity for Vague and Devour to potentially show some decent strength, which they're going to do. This is the most active side of the map, and is going to be the most highly contested side of the map when we go into Riyadh.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's just one of those things that I think people start to realize, again, like what kind of a pivot position this part of the map provides, your ability to kind of move through the water if you need to, a couple of houses that will give you some safety from PAs that you just don't expect, or a squad that you don't expect. Definitely makes sense in terms of why that has been kind of a preferential spot in terms of especially the mid game as we start to get to circle 3, circle 4. But hold on a second, bit of a battle here between XMQ, Devour, and Vague initially versus Team 7, and I'm pretty sure that was a full wipe. Yeah, sure is. Yep. So they're down, they're out, and the kill tally is looking pretty solid here once again for DVX.
Yeah, not bad at all. Now we transfer back over towards Prison. There's going to be a team that's trying to take over roof control. You see up ahead that green marker. That's going to be another player, and I believe he's getting landed on, so there is going to be a bit of a battle for that tower control. Meanwhile, you have another micro battle that's taking place on the stairwell, and Jester Z and MB are desperately trying to claw their way up the stairs. They're not going to be able to easily, however, as they are getting held back by at least one team who's refusing to give up the ground. But you got a battle of the Titans. Limax and Obs have somehow found each other, and that's going to be a fight of course we have to watch out for, especially now with Resurgence ended.
Yeah, it's very much so the case. This is that point where, again, you start to look at who is where and what is your fighting condition, and are you able to actually play for battles right now. And you can already see that for Dolomite and Panda, they're saying, nope, got to get out of here. We don't like the look of what is essentially 5 teams on top of us. Let's try to reset, get ourselves a better spot. Whereas we head over towards Na'Vi, and they're kind of on the fringe, working their way over to team number 10. Zeppa's found one before being finished, but cash is flush. And honestly, there's just a lot of space for them to kind of hang and regroup if they need to. So shouldn't be too much pressure for Na'Vi here yet.
Well, it is their stomping ground. They are very familiar with control. That's where they feel most comfortable, clearly, because that's where they like to land off the initial start. So whoever they're going against, I'm sure they're going to be just fine, depending. And, well, I say that Limax does drop. That was Rex who takes him down. So, like you mentioned, on the fringe, they are clearly running into some struggles, but I think they'll be just fine. Meanwhile, Prison's still ongoing. This Prison fight can extend quite a bit, and this is where you start to run into trouble when it comes to getting some eliminations and getting points overall, is extending these fights. And Prison is one of those spots where you do get an opportunity to see quite a few teams rotate out, but fights can also take a long time, and the longer your fight is taking, the more eliminations are being gathered by other teams who are roaming around the map. So you got to find that balance. Is it worth it holding your ground and holding a centralized location to play for the win, or is it smarter to break away and try roaming the map to ultimately get more eliminations in your tower?
I think the answer to that, what you phrase as a hypothetical, actually just kind of depends to where in the map that you are. Like these 4 teams, 3 teams that find themselves in Prison don't have the ability to do anything besides just keep fighting for Prison. The last thing you want to do is exit, leave, and make your way into a team that's set up ready to go for a center circle. So you're kind of committed to play inside of this particular area of the map. And for the most part, Team 9 has done a nice job kind of surviving through that. Jester has been knocked and fallen, so Team 4 will only have 2 more members left. So this battle here over to the top of prison is likely just going to resort into both these two teams kind of taking their corners and just waiting for a chance to get their purchases back, which Jester is able to be brought back into the mix. So yeah, Team 4, Team 9 still looking at one another, trying to find each other here at prison. It's the last 2 squads remaining.
And you do have player 11 still up top. I don't think he's left that tower the entire game. It's Big Panda. MB wants to gun him down. It's hard to get a peek on it, though. You'll get a couple of shots on Big Panda. He'll back away. He'll go prone, and then he'll just hill on up. Meanwhile, the rest of Team 11 is going to be coming in. So for Big Panda scouting out, you got the human UAVs up top. Meanwhile, the Squad 9, you mentioned Belzen, up to 8 eliminations. He's definitely slaying out. He knows how to operate prison and could be a serious contender without question. Love his movement, man. He's all over the map. He's getting challenged left and right, but he's constantly repositioning. In this case, though, he can't get away. Drizzy will take him down in an instant, and we'll focus our attention on Team Jesus.
Yeah, love this. For Hasi and co, they kind of come into the picture maybe a little bit later than they would have liked to, but in a spot to at least contest for a couple of these mid-map kills. But half of our squads remain. This is an important part into, again, not just these 2 squads who continue to try to battle for prison, but in particular, as we rotate away from prison, who's in position. And you can kind of see Team 11 is quote unquote in the way, but I say that with quotations because, like you mentioned, Panda had come back down and just fallen on top of the water tower waiting for his teammates to spawn back up. So they're really not in full fighting form, I would at least assume. And there is a level of Squad 4 taking an advantage here, playing from the high ground and having a solid look at what's right underneath them and forcing Team 5 to have to continue to play in these close quarters.
MB's just been a nuisance. He only has 4 eliminations, but I've seen him kill at least 2 players who have desperately tried to get onto their loadout, and MB just punishes them.
Oh, here we go.
As soon as they land. Drizzy's moving up. Jester's going to get 1. Now, this is where Jester has a true power position. If he can just avoid getting shot, he's literally got 6 players in front of him. That's a ton of real estate he's going to be able to gun down. And in fact, he's already going to pick up 1 good on him on the Hasi. Obs, though, did get the drop. Jester's down. When you're on top prison, you got a great vantage point shift, but everybody else can see you too.
Well, this is the thing is, you know, Team 5 is still fighting, but you also had Dolomite who was on top of water tower that did find that initial knock and kill. But most importantly, Teeny, Obs, and co are on the outside of this battle, holding positions in the actual yard itself. And they can continue to throw these shoulders and put the pressure on. And yeah, Obs is going to get credit for that final elimination, move into the gas to collect the loot, and Squad 2 can make the rotation over with still a lot of high ground in front of them, trying to rotate into this circle. Important to note, though, that Team 4 is out of the picture. It's Jester and co who did find a lot of early kills. Na'Vi is still alive, so there very well may be an epic battle here between Na'Vi and our Squad 2 team that we have on board with right now.
If I'm Bray, Obs, and Teeny, I'm trying to stay up here as long as possible. Look at that zone. It's diabolical. You've got 2 hardcover POI locations, and one of them's already taken straight up ahead by Zeppa, who's going to be in the power spot. They most likely, Team Na'Vi, are in the winning position if they can just hold on tight. And XMQ somehow picks up all 3. That team's going to be gone. Now down to our top 3. Na'Vi, again, still in the power play. A solo just below them, but it's a 3v3v1. And it comes down between XMQ to Power Vague, who already have a win, and then, of course, Na'Vi going for their first. And here we go. Fireworks galore. Vague's pushing up.
And you've got the ability to reset, get to full armor, and still push on this line here if you are team number 3. Flex Storm will be knocked, surely to be finished here relatively soon, and Pone is the only one left alive here for team number 8, but again, it's so tough to get on top of that high ground position. You can see team 3 is just trying to hang onto the edge. They have a couple more clusters they can still toss in to make life miserable, but look at where this circle is going to rotate over towards. You still have Na'Vi in a really good spot to rotate freely. There will be a couple of members in their way, but they can just hug this circle and play on the outside of the dam here.
Zappa being annoying, throwing the blast traps. He's got exactly 3 onto the bunker location. That's where Team Light, one of the last remaining members, is going to be. He can't even break out. He's got to destroy him before he can. Meanwhile, the focus is here. We're going to have an LDBR going up top of the building. Meanwhile, Limex focusing on Vaughn. He's going to take him down. Now down to the top 2 squads. Teammates falling left and right. And I believe it was Na'Vi, or was it XMQ, who gets to win at the end?
Yeah, Na'Vi. All 3 members survive. I think maybe Zeppa falls there at the end, but the rotation of that last circle, once again, just kind of like it almost maybe there's a level of veterancy in play right there, because Na'Vi is hanging, waiting to see where the modular circle is going to move towards, where on the other side DVX is pushing into Na'Vi, thinking they've got them trapped on that little kind of outskirts. I wouldn't even call it a peninsula, but that ledge on the backside of kind of that little muse point as you start to look over to the top of prison. And honestly speaking, them pushing forward into that position puts them in a really bad spot to then have to back right back up again. You know, thinking that, hey, we got some good damage. I think it was on the Levi initially. They were starting to make that push from prison back over. You get a couple of shots. You get maybe the armor's broken. You're thinking, we got these guys low. Let's push onto them. Not a lot of space to do that. You end up being in these tight staircases, these tight hallways, and Na'Vi just get the patient play, have the circle into a spot where they can rotate along the safe seawall, and then you put yourself into a spot to, again, watch your teammates be able to get into position to watch the rotation from your opponent in. So good stuff out of Na'Vi. Yeah. They find their win.
Yeah, it was perfect for Na'Vi, and it fit the rotation from control. All they had to do was just go down the coastline, and they were already in the power spot to obviously take out those players coming down from the prison side. Good stuff. Na'Vi goes from 2nd place to 1st in game number 3. They were already in 1st place, and they're going to be even better when we look at the standings when we come back. Don't go anywhere. Leaderboard coming your way after the break. And welcome back, everyone, to the Esports World Cup APAC Qualifier Finals. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by I Hold Shift. 3 games down, and we've seen a lot of the familiar faces, right, end up in the top 3. We know, at least for the top 3 teams, Na'Vi, whatever it takes, DVX, they were in the running for first. They still are, and nothing should really change. But one thing is for certain, though, Shift. Na'Vi, highly consistent from game 1 to game 3, and this early on, right, we still have 5 more games left, and they've already got a W.
W is, I think, the most important thing about this because, you know, you finish second in 2 straight rounds. You get the consistent amount of kills that you've had pretty much from every single drop to this point, still going. But there is this level, and like you mentioned, the changes that have come through have made this a little bit less kind of potent in terms of your win condition. But not securing wins can really pull a mental taxation on you. Coming second twice is not going to be the end of the world. But now you've got a win under your belt. I think the only thing about that is, even though you do have a win, you're still being like chased hard, by whatever it takes in DVX. And HDK has been in the top 5, top 6 for all 3 of their matches as well. So they're floating on up in there in terms of consistency. It just comes down for those guys. How do they get to the final circle overall, where our top 3 teams have pretty much consistently been able to do that?
Yeah, what's crazy to me is Na'Vi gets 36 points there. That's more than HDK in number 4, in 4th place going into that game had overall. They now sit at 99.8, whatever it takes, very close. DVX starting to fall a little bit behind, but what are we looking at, chat? We're looking at the number 1 spot. That's the team that moves forward to Riyadh. That's the team that plays for the $1 million prize pool. Who's it going to be? Would it be Na'Vi, whatever it takes, DVX? Could we see HDK, a shout out from Shift, coming out in 4th place? They've got a long road to travel, but they're going to have to travel it and get busy and get to work. But now I bring up that conversation. Shift, you mentioned those teams who are around the 20 mark. Well, we're now going into game 4. I'm looking at 9 and 8, both respectively at 21, 27. They're pretty far down there, and now it's not too late, but I am ringing the alarm bells for them at this point.
Yeah, because you get to a certain position like this where you're way outside and you don't have the ability to just improve on your drop, because getting an extra 10 points is not going to create enough of dispersion to break down the differential that you currently are facing. So you get to a certain point, especially after drop number 4, the halfway point, where you don't just have to improve on what you're doing, you have to start beating teams that are ahead of you early, because that's the only way you make up that gap. And I'll be honest, I'm not going to softball this and throw sugar and rainbows and sprinkles all over it. This is a battle between 4 teams right now. That's just simply how it comes, especially considering that where those top 4 teams have consistently placed with the consistent amount of kills that they've had drop to drop. They are currently where I'm keeping my focus. Unless someone comes out and drops a 30 kill win right now and resets everything that they've done in the first 3 drops, I think this is probably a 4-team race. If we're being generous, it's probably a 3-team race, but I think HDK, if they were to drop a 20 kill win, they're right up in there. That's enough to make up that gap that they're currently facing a touch, to try to make it seem plausible that they can come back in the back half of this event. But right now, I think the teams that are finding themselves in the bottom 4, it is you better hope that you've got some miracle juice in the back pocket here, because it's not looking good for those teams at the moment.
No, not at all, man. And you're right, being generous with the top 4. Like HDK, they are in the running, they're in the conversation, but the reality is they're still almost 40 points away from Na'Vi in first, and you already know they're not going to slow down unless something crazy happens. So even HDK, I will say, yeah, they're in the running at the moment, but let's say the next game doesn't go very well for them, I can almost say, okay, now we're down to our top 3, and that's just a reality. We know that was going to be a possibility coming into APAC. It's a smaller region, and there are certain teams that are just head and shoulders above the rest. And while Na'Vi's been head and shoulders above the rest, not only last year, but seemingly this year as well, their control landing spot is brilliant. The way they rotate is unmatched. They're covering a lot of ground, but I have noticed that they stay within a certain zone. Like I said, control. Then they'll rotate up the Grand Malls. They'll go to prison. Then they'll come back to control. They love hanging around inside that triangle, and they'll venture out if they need to, Ship, but for the most part, they know their game plan and they don't stray away from it.
Yeah, and again, that's just a benefit of don't fix what ain't broken, that type of situation. I think just kind of overall, trust the process, trust the protocols that you've got built in. Now, I will say, like, an 8-point gap is not much, especially when you're talking about the difference of essentially 0.2 in the multiplier between first and second. So there is a level of, you're sitting there like, whoa, hold on a second. We're not as comfortable as we would like to be. So we'll take a look at kind of the split screen here for both of our two squads that find themselves number 1 and number 2. And of course, we continue to see this battle for early prison control. There have been a couple of teams who have established that they're not going to give up on this, including team number 4 that we just saw dropping in.
All right, so back into the action we go. This time we're going to be starting pretty far away from where we normally start. Typically, we put a lot of emphasis on control or prison. Of course, we are now back in prison. This is where Light, Flexstorm, and Pone love to go. They were a team that has kind of changed up their strategy a little bit. Prison is an area they like to be, but just a little bit before, we saw them at Living, and they were dominating Living. I'm curious if that's a bit of a shift in their plans. Why not? I mean, if you're further down the leaderboard, honestly, this is the time to get it, especially if you're outside of the top 4. Change it up. Get to work.
Whoa.
You won't miss out on anything. Great shots. K24 will drop. Bluff is getting the work, and, well, he's going to hold down the rooftop, but, hey, the job's not done yet. Still plenty of players around.
Squad 4's out. They're already done and dusted. They got a little bit split up on this drop in towards prison, where you saw Big Panda and the rest of Team 11 continue to drop over towards Water Tower. The other squad on the interior side of prison had them completely pinched up, and they're going to walk away dead last with no kills. And that was a squad that was sitting in the middle of the leaderboard. So coming away with 0 points here in drop number 4 throws them pretty much into do or die territory with the rest of the teams that we've been talking about in terms of being on the back half of the leaderboard. So not a good stuff there in terms of, again, a squad that we had seen do well around the prison position from before, but not the case. And now Ob's going to get to working on a bit of a prisoner just to see if he can get the extra ping, the extra reveal on where the teammates are. And that's going to be enough for Ob's, Bray, and Teeny to get some formidable control here over towards Industries, including a follow-up here as Brink's going to drop as well.
Yeah, Ops is fun to watch. They tend to land over at Chemical. What they do is they quickly get looted up as quickly as possible. They can get their Lodi, right? Because Lodis now are a little bit more difficult to get than they were before. And that's because money has been reduced for Rebirth. So you really do have to have money management. And, well, for them, they've clearly made it happen. Lockers are also truly instrumental. Seen one just getting used there. And I mentioned earlier for Team Na'Vi, they love using a locker over at Control because they walk away with free PAs. They're walking away with a lot more money and ultimately getting their kits a lot quicker, which is the name of the game, obviously. But I've become a bigger and bigger fan of OBS and the way that they're playing, going from Chemical, quickly getting looted up, getting their money, getting their score streaks, as well as their guns, then ultimately moving into Industry. And that strategy has been working out, and that's why they are currently in second place and a true contender to overtake first and potentially dethrone Na'Vi.
Yeah, sloppy little battle here as Flex was kind of caught away from his teammates, not expecting Hasi and Callan to be right on top of them. So you see team number 8 kind of backing away over towards Water Tower, trying to get themselves reset. Na'Vi is working their way in. You see that on the mini-map. Kind of stuck between a couple of squads, but they're, of course, hearing all of these shots and are thinking, all right, maybe an opportunity here for us to come in and clean this up. Their little third-party action. Callan will drop, and yep, this is just picking apart the individuals on the backside of what was a very elongated battle. So Na'Vi finding their first handful of significant eliminations here. Hunt is on as Levi will find Drizzy. Good movement, good centering, everything about that pretty much perfect. And how about a little bit more? He's able to find Flex coming in, trying to get that loadout drop. So already up to 5 kills for Levi. I saw Limax in the kill feed as well earlier. Zeppa has not been able to tally anything as of yet, but Na'Vi off to a pretty reasonable start here.
Yeah, Zeppa's going to be staying onto the back end of Control. He's going to be that anchor player. Limax, Levi, they can flex their legs a bit and venture out. Obviously, we're watching them just gun everybody, even players out of the air over at Prison, which seems like they've kind of cleared out the surrounding areas. Now the question is, do they want to pursue over onto the factory side of things and maybe go down low? Plenty of people to choose from. Plus, you got your anchor back at Control. I wouldn't be against them getting a bit scrappy here. They're already in first place, I think they're starting to really, truly understand that they're dominating this lobby shift. So most likely, we're going to see Zeppa, the Na'Vi crew, get more aggressive as the games go on, which is polar opposite of what the other rosters are going to do, who are most likely going to become more passive because they're losing, they're falling behind, and they're most likely getting into their heads.
Yeah, there's a level of that for sure. I think there's just watching the gameplay right now, you know, through 3 drops, call it 3.5 at this point, where our top 3 squads are not going to be hesitant in terms of their decision making. You know, whether it is to back off or to commit for fights. We're seeing really all 3 members setting themselves up with the right amount of posturing for what those calls are. Whereas the other teams are getting a little bit staggered, kind of getting off this cycle of die, rejoin, and it's just, you're never able to get yourself set up as a full team. So that's obviously, again, like tough scenes overall in terms of how you get yourself into fighting form and how you try to keep track and really just keep up with the teams that are at the top of the leaderboard. So definitely feels there's a bit of a difference in our top 5 compared to everybody else right now.
Speaking of keeping up, Hasi, who we've seen in the previous games, especially in the kill feed, lighting it up, have had a bit of a slow start and a slow game. Still plenty of time to make up for it, but they've stayed over at green for the longest time. This rooftop fight is getting pretty deadly. This is XMG and his crew. Devour evens up the odds by taking down a single. Up top, you got Vague down low. So the XMG squad, who are definitely in the running in the top 3, currently in 3rd place, are going to be just fine. They can live to fight yet another day. But K24 playing alongside that of Bluff and Briggsard. This YT team, I don't know. I'm starting to feel a little bit of a shakeup potentially in the standings. Not necessarily in the top 3, but I mean, this roster's flying and frying in game 4. K24, last time I looked, was at 8. I believe he's probably at 10 or above now.
Yeah, and this is a team that, if I'm not mistaken, they were the last team in after the group stage had come through. They had gotten in by about 9 total points as the 14th overall team. So, you know, they're putting on for their opportunity. It's still going to take, again, an absolute home run heroic type of games here to get them into the picture, especially considering that as we are here in map number 4, we're still seeing the top 3 teams continually showing up in the kill feed. And that's just, again, just goes to show that no one can take these guys out of commission, not even put them into really poor form outside of those teams fighting each other. See Squad 13 gets completely wiped off as Vagar is able to find that last elimination at the cap 10. But you keep mentioning this team, and you know, for K24, Brig, Bluff playing pretty well right now, and they actually do take down team number 3. That is Vague, Devour, and XMX. That's DVX completely out of the picture at a massive moment now. All of a sudden, for whatever it takes, HDK and Team Light, who find themselves again kind of battling for that top 3 position.
Yeah, it's well said. Whatever it takes could very well be in the driver's seat, depending on Na'Vi, and if they drop off. I mean, whatever it takes, only 8 points away heading into game 4 behind that of Na'Vi in first place. This is a real chance. The Japanese squad you mentioned, they're getting scrappy. They push into top house, and Grandma's unfortunately will get mowed down. And I believe there is at least one more player. Yeah, it's actually Rex, who stays alive for as long as he possibly can. We lose another squad. This I have noticed this APAC region, the lobbies, they go pretty quick shift. Typically, you know, I mean, we're still looking at 10 plus, 11, 12, but no, like everybody's flying. They're really flying at each other.
I think the thing about it, and this kind of goes as kind of a backbone to the conversation point that we started to build about our top 3 teams in particular, 2 of the 3 being in the top 2 by the end of the battle, is that we have a lot of teams in the mix that are happy to fight, but are maybe inexperienced in terms of how, once we lose Resurgence and the ability to get the free revive, how do we get to the late game situations? How do we rotate in well? You know, moments like this where you've got Na'Vi a little bit gate capped. It's a 3v2. Like, you should be taking this as all 3 members, and Sussy Kitten will drop and the rest of the team is going to back away from that. It's just, again, an opportunity that I think a lot of experienced teams would not make that same mistake. Third party opportunity does come through though for Vagar and co, but Levi's hanging around waiting for his teammates to come back into the picture.
I like the way Levi pushed that engagement. Very methodical, wasn't too overly aggressive. He was still keeping the pressure on, but he was doing it methodically. Wonderful fight. That's clearly the experience playing at the top level for as long as he has. That's just what makes Na'Vi so great. All 3 players can do exactly what Levi just did, and maybe even do it a little bit better. They're just incredible as far as I'm concerned. Teeny finally gets active into the chat. The Japanese team staying alive as long as possible. In fact, their entire straights, though, into the water. Obs, he's getting aggressive. He knows he's got the upper hand. Sometimes shooting through the water, though, is a little bit tricky. But Obs is he's going to hit a couple shots, but he doesn't want to overcommit for this. He'll leave that team out there, and he'll join the rest of his roster. We're almost in the same zone where we finished in game number 3, and Obs, Bray, and Teeny are going to be where XMQ was before that final fight happened between Na'Vi and XMQ a little bit later on. So this is going to be a fun ending.
Yeah, that's, again, playing for the late game. I will say just kind of how this lobby has gone in the last handful. I mean, we're dealing with 4 teams left before we're in circle 4. And the 4 teams that are left, 3 of them are in the picture, but most importantly, Navi's been silenced a little bit after that battle that happened down towards barracks. And now all of a sudden you kind of look at HDK saying this is their lobby to get into the picture. Like, not just make up a gap, but put yourself immediately into the conversation point. If you can finish off a team like Whatever It Takes or a team like Na'Vi and win this lobby, you're going to be in a position to be right on up in there, maybe be maybe 30 points, 25 points down if you can find a win. So this is a huge overall drop right now for HDK, especially considering that we're going to continue to allow prison to be played for.
HDK finds a way to jump up in the top 3. I'm calling you a wizard. Straight up. Because, hey, you put them on the radar. I know we're just looking at the standings, top 4, but they definitely weren't on my radar. I thought they were a little bit too far gone, but you're right, man. You called out potentially a 20-plus point game or at least a 20-plus elimination win. Maybe there's a chance, but I am starting to see them fall a bit. Ob seems to have their number. We lost Kalen. We lost Drizzy. I think Hazi is going to be bleeding out. Maybe a self-res is there. I think they're in dire straits, most likely going to be finished off soon. So now the attention focuses on, once again, Na'Vi, the usual suspects. But with them, look where they're positioned. Yeah. Beautifully done. They can stay along prison wall. They've got cover, and everybody else kind of has to push into them. But I also don't mind where Obs, Bray, and Teeny are currently at. And with the smokes out, I'm curious if they push forward. Do they even have the opportunity? Are they going to get gate capped? Do they push up into Na'Vi? They want to, but they can't fully commit.
Yeah, they're the monkey in the middle right now between Team 8 and Team 1. And I will say that because this circle is only circle 5 and there's so much space around, I believe Hossy's able to bring back at least one more teammate. So, you know, talking about Na'Vi in a power position on the outside of prison wall, Hossy and HDK can play the other side of this rotation. Just comes down to where this final circle is going to move towards, because it looks like for squad 2, they're in some significant trouble. They have survived, which is maybe more than you would have expected, thanks to Obs finding another knock on to Na'Vi. So everyone's just vying for positioning, but you can see it right here. The top of prison is being held by Hossy and Kalen. The only issue is, look where the modular circle is. It's going right to the back of Limax, who's been able to finish off another member of Team 2.
Still benefits Na'Vi.
Yeah.
With that circle, they can just push back, still be within the safe zone, be okay. They've got separation. They have the opportunity to even separate themselves even more from the rosters who are up ahead. So let's say a player does drop, they can go into damage control back up. But the pressure is still on. You notice, like, they're not getting too overly aggressive, but they're still keeping that pressure forward. Bray, though, looks fine and finds an opportunity. We'll drop Zeppa. He's not going to waste this chance. He's going to push forward, especially with an LDBR coming in. I believe that's from his own teammates. He has an opportunity now to pressure onto Na'Vi. A chance to take down the team of HDK. And Teeny gets a drop on the 1, but can't get the second. HDK miraculously staying alive despite players dropping a little bit earlier. I thought they were going to be put into the frying pan, but now they have a real chance to win, but so does Na'Vi.
Yeah, and that's going to be Flex and Light and Pwn off the table, down to 3 squads. Only 6 total members, though, so it's a 3v2v1 situation, and the 3 is currently in position in favor of HDK. Just comes down to, can they hit their shots and clean things up? Bray's sitting by himself, just looking to get a second place finish, hoping these 2 teams will fight each other, and it looks like they will, but Hossy has been so clean. Zeppa's going to be finished off, and this is perfect for HDK to win this map out. 3v1v1.
Limax, good shots, catches one off guard, goes for the second, connects the shots needed, drops down 2. You say stop it, well he will. Kalen shuts him down. Last alive, or excuse me, with Drizzy and Hasi, so 3 still up. HDK pulling off a miracle play. You called it early on when you look at the standings. Can we get the fully complete picture? Bray, last alive. He's in a 1v3. He's got the low ground. The zone's moved away. The
nice shots.
Too much. Kalen will clutch, and I can't believe it. It will be HDK getting the victory. The question is, how much will the multiplayer count? How many elims did they finish with? Well, job done. HDK, huge win, and our top 4 just got even more interesting.
Big time. And that's going to be a pretty significant tally for HDK, not only because you get DVX out of the picture with minimal amount of kills, but you've got Navi and whatever it takes also a bit restricted in what they were able to do in the mid game. But it's not even just the fact that HDK do so well over the top of Prison before we get to those final moments. It's actually what happens before that, where they're on top of Prison, they're kind of looking down, trying to get a couple of kills. They actually get pushed out, and it just comes down to Hasi at one point in time. He's the last one left, I think, and he's able to get a revive out into the gas. His teammate comes back in. Hasi gets another couple of kills, gives a little bit of space for his teammate to drop in, and his teammate buys back the third. Like, it came down to very narrow moments because that battle that was happening, I think it was between Team 8 and Hasi, was really mixy. You had then Obs and Co trying to push into that, and you also had Navi on the outside taking stray shots. Like, that was not a comfortable position for HDK after they were gotten down to a single member, but a couple of the key gunfights do come through, a couple of the key wins come through. It allows them to get their reset on their utility and what they have in their arsenal, and then yeah, they get the high ground back onto Prison. You rotate along the opposite side from where your top 2 teams are fighting, and all of a sudden you're in a position to possibly win, and of course win the final 1v1 to win the map. That's huge for HDK, and I'd be sweating a little bit if you're DVX after that early exit.
Brother, I'm sweating, and I'm just a spectator. That was nuts. HDK, well done. I thought they were done for. I was looking at the elimination feed, 1 player, 2 player. I thought 3 players were fully down, and they were going to be done for, but I believe they were top Prison, if I'm not mistaken. Therefore, they had the chance to pop their self-reses and get back into the fight. You mentioned Hezi, though. That was a great opportunity, a great job for him to flex his muscles and show us what he's about. HDK, big win in Game 4. We've reached our halfway point. 4 more games to go. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, Game 5 and standings coming your way.
There's something in his eyes. There's a storm there, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Esports World Cup APAC Qualifier Finals. I'm Taylor Reflection Sobel, joined by I Hold Shift. 4 games down and completed. We've had 4 different winners, but the last one was, I would say, the most impactful. Shift. HDK with the big win. That's tremendous.
I love the fact that we've had 4 different winners, and it's 4 teams that are going to be finding their way into the top 4. Bobby Boucher, good to see you, buddy. Welcome back to the Waterboy Show. Love you. I wish I could do a good Bobby Boucher impersonation. It's one of the iconic, I would say, late 90s like voices.
Yeah.
Loved it.
What did he take? Do you remember what he took to school or to work? Remember what he drove? What did he drive?
I don't know.
You don't remember his tractor? Remember he took his tractor and then he took his date on the tractor too?
I guess I don't.
Remember that,
I don't
dude? That was
remember
great, man. That whole movie is just comedy. You know, that movie, though, it was made in 1998, would not fly, I don't think, in today's world.
No,
which is,
immediately not.
You know,
immediately not.
Just a totally different world, man. Bobby Boucher, shout out to you, man. You're back. I don't know. Give us some insight. What are you thinking about today's competition? What are you thinking about life? Let's get deep with it if you want to. Why not? Let's take a look at the standings from that last game because, again, it was incredible. It really was. And I do believe we're going to see the usual suspects at the top. But the biggest one has to be HDK. And, well, how many elims they were able to accumulate and didn't match the energy of the likes of course, Na'Vi or whatever it takes who have been in the running. And I'm hearing rumors that we might have first place tied with, if I'm not mistaken. We might have to hold off on that. We might be heading into Game 5, which is going to make it even more fun when we finally do pull up the official standings. But things start to heat up from here. We've got, 3 more games left, 4 more games. Math is hard. I'm a caster. That's just how it goes. But, hey, how many more games? We're hopping into Game 5. I don't know, man. Top 4, keep doing what you're doing. Shift. At this point, I would say change things up, but no, I think top 4 are doing exactly what they need to do.
Yeah, if there were to be a tie for first right now, my guess it'd be between Na'Vi and whatever it takes.
Right.
DVX falling out with no kills in 14th, or maybe a marginal amount of kills in 14th in the last game is not ideal. And HDK, who at the first 3 games were averaging 15 eliminations per drop. If they're able to get to that 20 mark, kind of crack that code, and then get the 1.6, there may be a switch up in terms of them getting into 3rd place because of DVX falling out. So there's definitely an opportunity for them to be right up into the picture. There's still a level, though, again, that's a good step 1, I think, for HDK, or I guess step 2. The step 1 was be consistent. You've done that. Step 2 is find a way to win with more kills than you've normally averaged. That's great. But these last 4 lobbies, they're going to need to find a way to continue to get their kill numbers up high and finish at least top 5 because of how the multiplier works. If not, find another win somewhere, simply because Na'Vi has come in top 2 or top 3 with 20 plus eliminations every single time. So they're really setting the bar, but whatever it takes has been right there. And with DVX falling out early, we've got a really tight battle in our top 4, I would imagine.
Yeah, Na'Vi, I think second, first, and third.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, that's consistency. Yeah. That's great. Plus, obviously, they're slaying out. Teams have challenged them on control, which I've been pleased to see, but they haven't been successful in eliminating them, maybe pushing them back a bit onto the edge. We saw that, I think, in Game 2. They were on that concrete wall line trying to break in. They were getting mowed down a bit, but eventually, through perseverance, they did work their way up. One thing that I do see them doing is having a traditional anchor, which is pretty cool. Bray tends to stay back on control once they have won it, and they've got the most used out of the locker. They've got their PAs. They're happy with their guns. Obviously, have their kits. Then we'll see Obs and Teeny. They'll start to head up. Or excuse me, my bad. Take it back. Zeppa, or excuse me, is it Limax will stay back, and then the other 2 will go up there. It's getting late, man. Or it's early. I don't even know at this point, dude.
We're in that threshold. We're in that threshold where late becomes early, or it is one of those things. It's after 3 a.m. for me right now. It's 2 a.m. for you, so I get it. I think we can officially say hours, bro. We can officially say I think 2 a.m. is the line where late then becomes early, because that's what time we do daylight savings happens at 2 a.m. So I think that's been pretty clear cut. That's the line where you get between it's late to now it's just early. So it's tough to say. I think it also depends on your frame of mind. For me, 6 a.m. is early. I'm an 8 a.m., 9 a.m. wake upper. So 6 a.m. feels early to me. Whereas you ask people who work at 9 o'clock that 6 a.m. is pretty normal. It'd be like 4 a.m. is early. So I don't know. It just depends on frame of mind. But I think 2 a.m. is the line. I think we can say that's where late meets early.
That's it, dude. I knew it was a good company, though, when I was watching repos during the break, and he's like, dude, I hit a wall.
I bet, dude.
Because he's not twerking on stream like he normally does, okay? He's not, like, wrestling people. Like, you know, he's kind of settled out a bit. He's slumped in his chair. But they're still going live, dude. They're at, like, 16 hours. It's actually nuts to me, and they're even thinking about 24 hours. I don't know. Stay live until the next qualifier, whatever that is, bro. I can't even think ahead. Wow. It's actually nuts, dude. But shout out to them. They're always doing the watch parties, and they truly been instrumental in really building the Warzone scene. Watch partying literally every tournament that takes place, which is just nuts. Dedication. And they're even at the live events, obviously, with the live coverage. It's pretty incredible. Here we go. Game number 5. Let's get into it. Time to drop in and make things a bit spicy. Liking the zone so far. Obviously, for those teams at Stronghold, at Living, I'm looking at Team Light, who have made some impactful plays. They're going to have to rotate up for the teams who like to go prisoner. Even here,
holy
my goodness,
cow.
A ton of teams over at Grandma's. I think we might lose at least 3 squads off the rip.
Yeah, we very well may. And on top of that, just looking at the teams that did drop in, not too far out of the picture is DVX. And now they're in a battle with Team 11, who has not really dropped here at all. They usually drop over towards the backside of prison at Water Tower. Not the case. We still have Team 4 playing for some prison control, and they will be able to get a team wipe. That's on to squad number 14. Rush WinRed representing Team Rush, and Shablis in some trouble here at the bottom side of that battle as well. And it looks like the battle towards this big ship is also being a bit more notorious than they'd like to see, but that's Team 11 completely gone after changing their drop location, and we've already lost, I think, well, I guess just one team. I thought we lost 2, but I guess we only lost 1.
Got close, though. I know it got very close to losing 2, but somehow, some way, player managed to stay alive. That's Rebirth, after all. It's Resurgence in general. Staying alive is key. Drizzy caught out in the open, getting cross. He cannot. This is the roster that played very well and actually got a big win last game, right? And a chance to potentially jump up into the top 3. They might have already jumped up in the top 3, depending, or especially with how the game went last with DVX.
Yeah.
So definitely on our radar is going to be HDK. On the outside looking in is going to be Shablis, Rush, and the rest of the roster, who are going to try and make their way up. Meanwhile, you've got Team Light. This roster has been all over the place with their landing spots. They're still trying to identify where they're comfortable, trying to figure themselves out. It's a team that has a lot of potential, but this is the last qualifier, and I don't know if they're going to, realize their true potential by the end of this tournament.
No, it doesn't feel like that. Just way too far outside the picture at the moment. Well, meanwhile, do you want to point the attention to Na'Vi? They have been mixing up kind of their rotation after the drop just a touch, and this time they found themselves rotating into HDK, and they have taken out 2 of their members. So it does put HDK, a little bit more of a limping status here, as now Na'Vi make their way back over towards control. Tough battle with Team 13, and actually Zeppa, Limax are both going to drop. A prisoner going to be taken here just to kind of get a reveal on where the last one's at. But Na'Vi find themselves after a tough battle with Team 5 and HDK. They rotate away from that with another squad coming in, and they meet their maker there. So tough spot for Na'Vi here in the middle of the first part of this opening drop for number 5. And I like that our observers are taking us over to whatever it takes, because they are in the most comfortable spot at the moment, it feels like.
Well, certainly. Yeah, they love this spot, right? They tend to land over at Chemical, and then from there, do they go Industry? Sometimes they'll play around and go over towards Bio, but they have a very consistent strategy. They love to land over at Chemical. Again, they utilize those lockers. They get plenty of money because they're not getting challenged. They walk away with their PAs. They're walking away with their overall loadies. They challenge Industry, which has been quite active. Industry has seen a lot of activity And that's been great news for the team of Whatever It Takes, because that means they're able to continue their lead or continue their push forward to overtake Na'Vi, who this could very well be that game. I mean, after all, if it wasn't for Limex staying alive, they would have been done and dusted in 12th place, or 13th place, I should say, which would have been definitely and by far their earliest exit, which could have opened the door for Whatever It Takes. But that narrative, well, we'll see if it continues on later on. Limex has already recovered. He's going to be into the kill feed, so we're probably going to see the usual suspects in the top 3. Meanwhile, let's pay attention to Team Light and what they're up to.
Yeah, and again, talking about like HDK and their boost in their most recent lobby, that would have to happen for Team 8. And it doesn't look like that's going to happen here in this game, as they find themselves kind of back and forth between HDK, Whatever It Takes, and DVX, kind of in this triangle of pain between those 3 squads. HDK over the top of Prison. You've got DVX. Rough Riders, DVX.
That's it, baby.
Coming back into the mix. Dude, I saw DMX in concert once. Wow, that was a show. It was when I was in college. It was a time.
No kidding,
it was
dude.
nuts.
He was incredible live.
It was nuts.
Incredible live. That guy would bring the energy. I didn't see him live, but I would watch, even watching him on YouTube. I'm like, bro, I missed out. I've seen Snoop Dogg though in concert. Let me tell you, he was crazy. The only time the crowd was dead is when he started playing Katy Perry, California Girls, and the crowd just didn't know what to do. He quickly ditched that within seconds and went back to his usual hits.
That's fair. I would do the same. If I were him.
If you were Snoop Dogg.
If I was Snoop Dogg, yeah. A lot of things I would do if I was Snoop Dogg, but seems like the world is your oyster at that point. But
that's right. Yeah, you're close to Snoop, man. I don't know. Maybe I could see it in an alternate universe that's 3 dimensions different. I mean, who knows, bro? But we are watching Sussy Kitten, Hurrah and Co. Man, this Sussy Kitten's been on our screen quite a bit. Hurrah as well, and they've made some waves. They've done decently well.
Okay.
They're a team that's consistently challenging them grandmas in prison. They're a team that's very far down the leaderboard, but one that puts up a decent fight when you go against them.
yeah, definitely nothing. I mean, not a team to be taken lightly. To be sure, we've seen them, finding 2 kills of 3 in a couple of different fights, to be sure. As we head over to Win Red, and he's able to find himself a couple before eventually being taken down, and it's at the same time as his teammates being fallen as well. So that'll do it for team number 12, and we're down to 11 here with Circle 2 coming to a bit of a close. And so team number 13's down to just 1 member left as well. I think they're actually the ones that are flying in. And yeah, we're starting to lose a lot of our teams here before we get to circle number 3.
Saw Limex was the final boss, the Grim Reaper for team number 9 with Goo and his crew. Jester just can't hit the shots needed, so that player will luckily live. You got Sussy Kitten, Hurrah on them, who are going to be just down low, and MB might be running head first, and they will. Sussy Kitten is going to get the first Elim onto Jester. That's going to back up the roster. In fact, he's going to go ahead and full send it down. He can't stay up there. He knows that they're getting pressured from behind, and LDPR is coming in. You got Hurrah pushing up the stairs. This is how quickly and how devastating Prison Roof can be. If you're not keeping your head on a swivel, you could feel like you're in total control, and you lose it in an instant.
Yeah, I mean, they just try to push down away from the high ground and run into a couple of mines that are waiting for them, which is obviously unfortunate timing, but it's the way it works. Na'Vi continues to kind of play around the exterior of Prison, kind of giving a little bit of, battle to the teams that are up there, and then backing away with their anchor when they feel like they're in trouble. And we will be ending the point of Resurgence here soon, with Circle 3 coming to a close in less than a minute. 8 teams remaining. And Team 7 currently in the best position possible around Prison. The problem is there's no one else left here to contest, so they're going to need to make a decision in terms of how do we get these mid-map kills as we start to rotate to wherever the final circle is.
HDK still hanging out, but this time they're going against one of the top squads who had a bit of a rough game last game. This game, they're looking to go much bigger than that. Total of 9 eliminations, at least through XMQ and Vague, who was able to peak. I don't know what Devour's currently at, actually at 2. So 11 eliminations for HDK. You mentioned the 20 mark is where you want them to be. Maybe they can get fully there, as we do see Bray and Teeny getting a bit active. Of course, when we look at the overall map and you look at industry, it's just a location that tends to have quite a bit of congestion points. And in this case, it's even going to extend over towards Chemical. But yeah, Bray, Teeny, and them, they're going to stay over at Bio as long as they possibly can. It's still going to be within the zone, but I wouldn't be surprised if they drop down to Industry, especially if they get an early pick.
Yeah, really, it's, you know, kind of looking over the first 3 scores, 20 kills in a top 5. You're in the picture without question, just based on how this region has gone to this point. You know, each of our first 3 drops, we still don't have a full report on 4 yet. And the only teams that have gotten 20 kills have been the teams finishing in the top 2, but finishing 2nd versus finishing 5th is no difference in multiplier. So the teams that are at 19, for instance, and finish like 3rd, you know, that's essentially the same thing. And HDK have not been able to quite hit that mark yet. Again, averaging at 15 eliminations per drop until that last one. So if you can get that to 18, 19, 20 total kills in a you know, worse a top 5, you're looking like you're going to be in the picture and in the conversation for a while. It just comes down to like what happens with the other teams that are around you in the top 4. You know, what's happening with Navi, what's happening with whatever it takes, what's happening with DVK. So there's a lot of questions in terms of like, do you need to win that lobby, or do you just need to get 18 plus in a top 5? I think that's, you know, depending on where that final circle is, I think you will take the latter of the 2. Just depending on where you find yourself. Like, oh, we're just not in a position to get to this final circle. Let's just, you know, try to get the kills as we can. If we don't make it to the first place spot, it's kind of whatever, because the multiplier is only 0.2 difference.
Kind of a difficult spot for Navi. They would much prefer to be on that prison wall. I mean, we've watched them take over prison wall twice now in previous games, and this is a very familiar spot, like with the overhead view, right?
Sure.
From up top where Navi is currently at. So you've got a team who's going to be on prison wall. You've got Sussy Kitten and crew who did a wonderful job holding down the stairs of prison earlier, setting it up, and Hurrah actually is going to get some eliminations on Vague. So with now currently Vague dropping, Hurrah getting that elim. If I'm Navi, I'm capitalizing on this. I'm pushing in. I'm third partying. I'm taking over the top of the prison wall, which is exactly what they're going to do. They jump down. They go for the third party. This is a perfect situation. They had the fight pop off that they knew that was going to be a bit tricky for them. They saw an opportunity to push forward. Their positioning, Navi's, is just top notch, and that's why they're so consistently finishing in top 3. Matter of fact, they are now already top 6. They're in a wonderful spot. Now they've got to rotate out, but they still have a wonderful spot to at least hold off Hurrah and their crew. But now they're going to work their way down, and they're going to challenge the team off to the left.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to play the slow side of the circle here. I don't know if they know that Team 13's on the left-hand side here, though, but this is the slow side of the circle, so they're going to have some time to turn and fight as they make contact. The only issue is, do they get a read before they end up in this crossfire? And Team 13 is now finally starting to take shots. Zeppa will be felon and taken away. It just comes down to, will there be awareness of Team 2 and Team 10 onto the situation at hand? And yeah, they sure are. It's just down to one more member that I think is floating in, got purchased back at the very last second. Actually, it's Levi who's getting it done by himself. But you turn your attention back over to Team 2. They are the last, at least 3-man squad inside of this circle. Team 7's making their way over, and everything else is just individuals after that.
It's going to take a Herculean effort from Levi, now by himself.
Got to get top 5.
Our attention onto Bray, Obs, as well as Teeny, but the buy station is surrounded. There's no way he's going to be able to get in there. So best case scenario, he stays alive and just goes for placement points. And meanwhile, the rest of the attention has to be on Bray, Obs, and Teeny, who are going for their first win of the day, potentially. This is whatever it takes, a fan favorite, and this could be a big come up.
Man.
I was getting word that potentially Navi and whatever it takes were tied in the standings. Of course, that's unofficial. I don't know for certain, but this could very well be the game. Squad wipe, Levi is going to be finished off. Brother, this is whatever it takes game. Yeah, if they can win this, they could very well be the first.
Yeah, they probably should be. Whatever it takes. Did win lobby number 2 for what it's worth as well. But that was actually an important moment right there where HDK had 1 member left in the water. There were 6 teams total left. They finished outside the top 5 and that extra 0.2 multiplier, whereas Levi stayed alive for just long enough. But you head back into the mix, and for a moment here, you may have your Japanese squad in the top running position, whatever it takes, trying to do what they can to keep themselves alive, but they are being knocked. Repurchase, I believe, had just come through for Canyu. So now it's just down to, can he get your teammates back in? It looks like he very well may not be able to. Rex going to try to make himself back into the picture, but whatever it takes, still have all 3 members left, and they should win this lobby.
Interesting strategy to go ahead and back away. Is he trying to work his... No, he very smart. He gets the shed. He's going to be just on the outskirts. Meanwhile, the rest of the fights are going to take place. He's kind of trying to guarantee at least a top 2 finish. And he's getting active. He's moving up. He's going to stay on the outskirts, get on top. This is going to be a beautiful positioning. If he can get the first couple of shots... He might be able to win this, but no, not going to happen. And this should be a game for Bray Obs and Teeny. Whatever it takes, going for first place, looking to dethrone that of Navi in first. Teeny going for the finish. He'll easily get it. And game number 5 will go to whatever it takes. Our top 3 just got even more exciting. Navi goes from what looks to be a shoe-in for the APAC qualifier finals to now at potential risk of not even qualifying and moving on to Riyadh.
Yeah, that is a brilliant map from whatever it takes. Like, as mentioned, they did win lobby number 2 with 26 total kills, but the first team to win twice, that should put them into first place. And again, I just gotta mention, there was a moment, and our observer team did a great job of capturing this, where there are 6 total teams left. HDK, Navi, both down to a single member. Both members are being chased. It just comes down to who can live the longest, and it just came down to the simple fact that they didn't want Jersey to stay alive, so they kept taking shots at him, and he eventually drowns out. Whereas for Navi, they're able to just get Levi just a little bit of sanctuary. He's able to get that extra multiplier. I imagine Navi was still able to put together a pretty significant amount of kills there in the middle, because they were fighting nicely kind of throughout prison in that rotation that you highlighted beautifully. But whatever it takes, find themselves in the backside of docks and that control point. They get into a good spot. They win a couple of battles, including a couple of wins onto players in Navi. And then it's just take your battles versus a team who is, just simply put, not as good as you. That's what it comes down to. And they end up finessing and doing a nice job through the smoke to keep themselves in this mix of buying somebody back right on top of that buy stations that's right there, and making sure that Team 10 just is never able to fully capitalize and get a full clean wipe. So good stuff from whatever it takes, and they should be in the lead now. It just comes down to by how much.
Yeah, they should be in the lead. And for Navi, they've got to be so angry they didn't swing that angle wide, go beyond that vehicle. If they would have done that, they would have been on the backside of Team 13. They most likely get the easy cleanup. Now they're in the running for getting another win, but they cross right in front of Team 13. They get taken down and forces Levi into the water. That's got to be so frustrating. The question is, can they regain and have a good mental for the remainder of our 3 games? That's game 5 done. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, game 6 and standings coming your way.
something in these eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Esports World Cup APAC Qualifier Finals. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by I Hold Shift. Hey, look, that's 5 games completed, and we need to review what just went down, because whatever it takes, well, they have a very real chance of taking over first place and potentially dethroning Na'Vi with their back-to-back appearances at Riyadh. It might not be a reality. Let's take a look at game stats, because I want to know how many elim shift they were able to accumulate from that game 5.
Yeah, it was a big number at the end, and it does end up being the top of it at 25. So 40 points. That is the largest overall tally that we've had in any of our drops to this particular point. Na'Vi, again, important to note that those 23 kills were benefited by the 1.4 multiplier instead of the 1.2 by a mere, well, fractions of a second. I mean, the difference in points there would have been significant. They end up with 32.2 instead of 27.6. So that's a pretty marginal boost that allows them to stay pretty tight. But you look at 5th and 6th, HDK, DVX, not able to really supply much bonus into what they were already carrying into the second half. So it does create what I would imagine is going to be a pretty large gap between our top 2 and everybody else.
Yeah, without a doubt, HDK DVX needed a good game here. Unfortunately, falls short. I will say, for Na'Vi's sake, getting finished off top 6, or not actually, because Levi stayed alive as long as they did, but losing all their players when 6 teams were still remaining minus Levi, and still finishing less than 8 points away from whatever it takes, is pretty big for them. We take a look at overall, and it will be whatever it takes in first place by 10 or so points, which I believe is the biggest lead we've seen yet. Na'Vi was at one point in the lead by 8 points, but now whatever it takes, exceeding that and putting themselves in a wonderful spot. Now, let's talk about why this is so big for whatever it takes. They have a chance to defeat Na'Vi, a team that was a shoo-in. We were talking behind the scenes along with the other talents. It was like, okay, we're about to go into the Na'Vi show. And it sort of has been. Na'Vi is absolutely still a talking point and has the experience and the veteranship to close this out with the win, move on to Riyadh. That's within their wheelhouse. But whatever it takes, 3 young guns. One of the players is just 18 years old, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. And none of these 3 players have made it to any LAN of significance. You know, they played in online tournaments. They've been within a talking point within their region, but none of them have been at World Series of Warzone. None of them had an opportunity to be at Riyadh last year, right? It only takes place once. It's only going to be the second time. So this is a tremendous opportunity for whatever it takes. 3 players who might have been relatively unknown, at least to the larger regions, and now have a chance to potentially earn life-changing money and honestly, a life-changing opportunity to prove themselves as competitorship.
And throw another team on the radar in terms of what's coming out of APAC.
Without a doubt.
That's, I think, that maybe the other side of this is it's not just for EWC, it's for just the region at large, getting a little bit more significance where it's not just 3 players that had extensive success in multiplayer now into Warzone. They're just mechanically gifted. They're better than everybody else. That's kind of what the storyline was in this region in a lot of ways. But whatever it takes, you know, again, it's hard to sit there and like say that these guys are in control of this right now because we've played 5 drops. It's a difference of 10 points. It's a difference of essentially 2 kills per drop. So, I mean, it's very, very tight. But I want to go back to how we started this broadcast, talking about the teams that made it to the top 14 and the teams that were going to be able to compete against Na'Vi. Whatever it takes is the only team out of the 14 that were able to beat them in the group stage when their groups played up against each other. And they beat them pretty badly by about 30 plus points. So for a team like Na'Vi, who destroyed every other group as they were making their way through that second stage of qualifying, this is the only team who's been able to beat them to this point. And now that they're dropping with them in every single lobby, they've gotten a win under their belt. They've been there in the top 3 every single time. It's looking like this very well may be a continuation of what that storyline was during the group play a while back.
Yeah, I'm so happy you pointed that out because you're right. They were the only team to defeat Na'Vi in group play. And I noticed that, and that's what put them on the radar for me personally. But I still looked at the overall point lead right at the end for Na'Vi, over 100 points during the open qualifiers, and thought, well, surely nobody can touch them. But maybe whatever it takes could be a contender. But I didn't expect them to be in the lead after game number 5. But with 3 more games remaining, you're right. It's still up in the air, and 10 points might be okay. And that's a decent lead, the biggest lead we've seen yet, like I said. But it's not a guarantee by any means. 10 points could be cleared without a doubt. I mean, you look at XMQ. XMQ at 1 point was in the running for top 3. I think they were even in second place. They had a bad game, finished off in 14th, 13th place. And that dud of a game has hurt them tremendously. And let's face it, they haven't been able to recover since that bad game. And that could very well happen in this case for whatever it takes. 3 more games can be an eternity for these young guns, and hopefully don't get shaky hand syndrome, get nervous, man, because the pressure's only going to get higher and higher. And when we get to that game 8, that's when the veteranship starts to take over, right? That's when you've been there, you've done that, and the nerves don't affect you as much as it would a newer player in the likes of whatever it takes.
Yeah, very true. And I think the thing about this is, in that last game, we did see Na'Vi kind of change up the rotation a little bit to challenge HDK, who were just outside of living quarters, and that ended up putting them into a kind of a weird spot where they were being battled pretty tough, and then they were in a spot where you're kind of stuck between a couple of different squads. But you know, I don't think they're going to change much, I think, for either of these 2 teams, because there's no reason to right now. Again, we're talking about an average of 2 kills per the last 5 drops. That is the separation point for both these 2 squads. That gap is not much, but coming into lobby number 6, if things go wrong for Na'Vi, that gap becomes very menacing in terms of how do you make that up with only 2 games to play. You're going to have to think about challenging whatever it takes earlier to try to make up that gap. And for whatever it takes, I don't think you have the freedom to play, you know, passive. I don't think you can take your foot off the gas right now. I don't think you can just coast and just cruise into a win right now. I think you still have to continue to be sharp and be very, you know, privy to what exactly is happening in the kill feed, which teams are gone, who's dealing with low number situations, who's actually being able to keep up with you in the slaying department, because right now they are at the top in terms of averaging total kills per lobby. They've only had 1 game under 20 kills, and that was a tally of 19 and drop number 1. Everything else has been 26, 23, 28, 25. Like, they are bursting through the ceiling and the bar of what we had our average kill number at. And I just don't think you need to change anything right now at all for whatever it takes. Put the onus on Na'Vi to have to make something happen.
Great zone for both Na'Vi and whatever it takes. One likes to go control. It's going to be within at least the next two zones. And then the other one, of course, likes to go over towards Chemical, and they play it very well. Of course, I'm talking about whatever it takes. And so this zone's going to benefit both of those rosters. They don't have to rotate too quickly. They can take their time as they typically do, hit up those lockers in exchange for those PAs. Of course, get enough money so they can get their loady. Just what they do. And both of those teams have very similar playstyles on opposite sides of the map, and it shows that clearly that is the way to find success in this tournament. Now, Squad 7, by the way, hoorah, a team that we were talking about consistently, has already been finished off. They are gone. That is the earliest exit we've seen from them, and unfortunately at a time where they needed to start heating up in Game 6.
Gone off the drop is crazy. So they're out. Now they're going to try to play spoiler, I'd imagine, at this point. I mean, they're just not going to be able to make up that level of a gap, as we've got a battle between Team 12 and Team 8 over towards Stronghold, a.k.a. Falcons HQ. And it looks like Team 8's going to be the victor here, as that will be enough for them to get their third member back into the picture. And they're going to try to go for the final chase down of the last player, but trying to find them is a little bit of a different story. Tough shots right there, little camera breaking situation, but help is there, and Team 12 is gone. So that should get us down to 12 total teams. It's still at 13. Okay, there's something broken. I'm telling you, we talked about this when we were on break. It showed 10 teams alive, and then we swapped observers, and it was down to 4. I swear I'm not crazy. There's something broken in that.
I don't know. The older we get, I think the crazier we get.
That's true.
To be honest with you, brother. And we're talking about the game being broken. We might be broken at this point. It's not only 242, 342 respectively, but we're also well into our 30s. So it's like, is the game broken or we broken? I'm still going to say the game because I have faith in us, man. Oslo trying to get Mixie up top, and well, he can't, but luckily he got teammates for a reason, and his teammates will be there to help him out. And they'll be all obviously back onto their feet. Still at 13 teams, living quarters getting a bit busy. That's to be expected, especially with those teams from Stronghold rotating up, the team landing over in green. We'll see at least one more fight over by green, but that's not to say if this roster doesn't decide to head over towards Factory, which is always active. You're going to have plenty of teams who's going to be in that location. And, well, speaking of location, living quarters, got a lot of players coming in. The team from Stronghold starting to move up, so we could have 4 teams battling and living before long.
Yeah, I was about to say that we also have a battle going on right now between whatever it takes and DVK. So that's an important moment here in terms of like who is possibly going to come away with that possible battle and again set themselves up for success, or at least slow down the other team in the picture. So have to keep an eye on that and the kill feed to see who comes away with that win. Because again, this is one of those situations you just don't want to be stuck. DVX, not DVK, sorry. In terms of what those two teams are battling for, DVX definitely has more pressure on them to provide. But for whatever it takes, you just don't want to be slowed down on your pathway to potential qualification. It looks like they will have to back away, reset. And DVX is going to kind of keep winning just on a different battle as we see them in the kill feed showing up again.
Gate 24. It's been a guy been on my radar, currently sitting at 0 elims, but I've been impressed with a couple of his moments. Again, a team that isn't necessarily going for gold, going for top 3, but a team you still have to respect a little bit. For Teeny, well, he doesn't have any respect for anyone on the map. This is a guy that has been dominant, and it has paid off for whatever it takes. In first place, too many shaky shots. Hey, too many shaky shots, bro. That guy said he's checked out.
That guy Brig just got slammed. I mean, that's one of those gunfights that you lose and you're like, all right, I'm uninstalling. Like, he just got absolutely pissed on. That was not good,
up, bro.
dude. That was not good. Absolutely slammed. Teeny was on no shields, no health, off the reset, and just absolutely danced all over him. That was sick.
That's funny, dude. Pissed on. Hey, look, you do not mix words, man. You say it as it is. I could never, but that's why I appreciate you. You're incredible. Okay, 12 teams. We once again go back over to the Factory side. You look at the X-ray. You've got 4 teams still fighting and holding it down. These Factory fights can take a very, very long time for any of these rosters aspiring to make it to Riyadh, which clearly is all of them. This is a hard spot to be. Factory is one of the most difficult spots during the Riyadh competition. You're going to have some of the heaviest hitters. That could include Team Falcons. That could include Hamoud, who likes to go from Stronghold over towards Factory. Aiden loves that location. Of course, some of these teams haven't qualified yet. I highly expect them to. But yeah, Factory, not going to be an easy spot to go to. But hey, got to respect those who continually try it.
DVX and HDK continue to find each other in the kill feed. Navi's been pretty quiet as you see them rotating over the top of where we're currently watching Team 10. Levi able to find one member of Team 12. So Navi just, I would say at this point, I think they're sitting here saying like our average kill participation has been solid. We're rotating pretty darn well in these third-party situations. Let's just make sure that we're doing this as a full group rather than kind of going in and being a hero 1v multiple. And Levi actually will find obs, but so he realizes that whatever it takes is actually in that same position, and that will be enough for them to likely back away and reset. Meanwhile, Team 11 continue to just have no ground to work with. This is the team that in their first 3 drops continued to have Big Panda on top of the water tower outside of prison. And since that 3rd drop, they've been moving over here down towards docks, and it's not been working out for these guys. They have not had their feet on the ground for long enough.
Yeah, I think it's just teams trying to bang their head into the wall and see if they break through, and it's unfortunately just not happening. You know, you get more and more desperate as the games go along, and you realize your points are just... You're in such a devastating spot. It's like, okay, let's throw a Hail Mary. Let's just change something. And you don't really know why you're changing it. You're just doing it for change's sake. But I do appreciate teams that are willing to change things and not find success than those who continually not find success and refuse to change up their strategy. So that's at least a plus for those who, okay, they've been here, they've been there. They're giving it an effort. Even if it's not paying off, I still respect the effort.
Yeah, me too. I will, it's important to note, just taking the temperature on this lobby right now, whatever it takes is, I think, just again, just how often they've shown up in the kill feed. They're having a slower game than some of their other big wins that they've had, or big kill tallies that they've had. But none of the other teams that are inside the picture are really taking advantage of that right now. Like Navi's been quiet, HDK's been a little bit on the quiet side. I would say the team that's making the most amount of noise right now in terms of keeping up with whatever it takes is actually DVX, but they haven't really won any convincing battles that would make you believe that they're in a position of like domination, as we have Team 12 continuing to battle with whatever it takes. K24 getting able to get the reset off as they have lost Bluff. And I said DVX was having the best overall lobby, but you see Vega and XMG are down, so they're going to be in a position of pause as well. So really all of our 4 top teams are having a bit of a slow one throughout the first 2 circles or so.
Yeah, and if I'm paying attention to the kill feed, I'm seeing my other rosters who are within the top 4 having a bit of a difficult game. This is where I put my foot fully on the gas pedal to the floor and start trying to capitalize on a game where others might be weak. Still plenty of opportunity for those top 4 rosters who may have struggled a bit to obviously catch up. It's still early goings, 11 teams after all still remaining. You still have Resurgence as well, but I do look at DVX like this is game 6. You had a couple of weak games. You were once in the running. Can you put yourself in the winning spot again? This is the game to make it happen. But I do get nervous for the rest of the lobby. Na'Vi has total and dominant control of Prison Roof. Yeah. I'm seeing them consistently in the kill feed. I think this is a game where they retake first place and really put the pressure on whatever it takes.
It's interesting because Na'Vi and whatever it takes are kind of playing opposite sides of the prison, and that's why you keep seeing them find each other every now and again in the kill feed. But more importantly, they keep shredding the same team in between them. Like that last team of Team 12 was just stuck between both of them. They just could not get out. So there's a level of Na'Vi and whatever it takes have established where their corners are on prison at the moment. And no one else looks like they're going to be able to really kind of stay in between them as we have this circle continuing to move down over towards the southeast part of the map. But it's interesting because as both those teams rotate, it'll be curious to see if they decide to fight each other or if they try to rotate opposite sides of the circles, considering that they, have like this giant buffer between them at the moment.
That's a great point. For the teams down in the factory side of things, especially Red, you're chilling. No reason to get too antsy. No reason to be too overly aggressive. You can hold on to what you got. You will have teams in your vicinity. I would prefer to be where Team 13 is currently at. And Team 13 was the Grim Reapers of Na'Vi in the last game, by the way. They might be the same this time around, especially given their position in red window. It's going to be hard to challenge them, hard to break free. Meanwhile, for a team like Team 5, Team 6, it's going to be very scrappy for them. They're going to constantly play ring around the rosy. And for Hassi, I'm curious if he does choose to challenge. He doesn't. He's going to stay where he's at. Locking down ammo room is what a lot of teams do. You could be a bit stagnant here, but you also have a lot of great reason to lock it in. You've got the ammo cache. You can transition to the buy station, especially whenever it starts to matter later on in the game. Locking an ammo room is big, but seems like they're going to venture out. They're going up top, and they're making good work of the team number 6. WinRed,
I don't think he expected there to be that much pre-fire. Also important to note, talking about how Na'Vi and whatever it takes had a bunch of teams in the blender. DVX, who was putting together a pretty solid opening to this lobby, found themselves stuck between HDK and whatever it takes and have now been fully eliminated. So DVX, for the first half of this event, had been in the picture, but they have not had a couple of good drops in a row and now find themselves pretty far outside of the conversation, whereas HDK is starting to cook up a little bit. I mean, they're dealing with some good individual eliminations as we continue to see them move from player to player on the camera and what their tallies have been individually. Plus, and I think this is where your exclamation comes from, look at their setup going over to this new lobby, or this new circle rather. They are right in position, third party situation on the Team 13, but Hassi will drop this smoke, becoming a bit of a deterrent as Blitz is still hanging on to this high floor position. But it just comes down to for how long, because now whatever it takes is in the picture.
Yeah, Team 13's been eliminated. They held on to Red Roof as long as they could. They've been replaced by team number 2, and that's going to be whatever it takes.
Good push.
Pushing out confidently. They overtake the roof position. They're nearly dead center. They've got a team top factory that could be a nuisance. They've obviously got Team 11 who's going to be coming down the zip, mind you, on the gondola, and I believe it is going to be Singai who's going to be spotted.
This is big. This is big.
Out of nowhere, Levi Limax are coming in. They're challenging on the roof. But you can't challenge Obs like that. Obs is holding it down. He'll fall. But, man, we've got 2 of the top Titans, number 1 and number 2, going head to head.
And that was just 2 members that were diving in for Na'Vi. That wasn't their anchor. There is still 1 more player left alive, I believe, besides the one that you see down low on the minimap right here. Maybe not. Maybe that player had already fallen in the mix of this rotation. So it's a bold call. Na'Vi has to dive on into the point. But whatever it takes in a position to go back-to-back here, the only squad that I think is still full BI besides them is team number 8, and they have to take some gas damage before they can rotate over to this new circle. Whereas for whatever it takes, they can watch this rotation happen, and these are good nades already on the way. Yeah, these guys are absolutely shots.
Yeah, good shots. That'll bring it down to top 4 as Light nearly fully eliminated. I think 1 more straggler is going to be off in the distance. Player 11 is staying in the water. If he doesn't die to gas, which could be a reality, but either way, he's a solo. He's not going to matter as much. Maybe play spoiler, and there he goes. Big Panda's out. Now top 3. You've got Na'Vi. You've got whatever it takes, and you got another roster who's going to be off in a distance, and whatever it takes will mow down the last player of Limax. They'll get the victory. Not only the first team to win 2 games today, but they'll do so in a spectacular fashion, winning 2 games in a row. I question, would the 3 young guns who have never been to a LAN, at least at the top level, have what it takes to defeat the veterans? Well, the answer becomes more convincingly yes. Na'Vi now putting their back against the wall. 2nd place granted, but man, whatever it takes, they are putting in wonderful work and shift. I'm getting excited.
You said that they have what it takes. Their answer is they have whatever it takes. Whatever you want them to have, they have it. Stupid dad joke wordplay at 3:54 a.m.
It was bound
to happen. You did put me in that realm of like, he said it. Like, it's kind of like that meme of like, they said the movie title in the movie. It's the same thing. He said, do they have what it takes? Yes, they do. They have whatever it takes. But that's huge. I mean, now you've got 2 games left. You get the 1.6 multiplier with what should surely be the highest kill tally in the lobby again. And Na'Vi is going to be sitting here sweating. I will say, just on top of that, this has become a 2-pony race now all of a sudden, where it is just Na'Vi and whatever it takes. Like DVX is outside the conversation. HDK, I don't even know if they had a top 5 finish right there again, which if they don't, that would probably put them outside of the conversation as well, unless they have some heroic back-to-back wins with 30 plus kills. But it's looking like it's going to be a 2-horse race here to come down the stretch.
And welcome back, everyone, to the Esports World Cup APAC Qualifier Finals. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by I Hold Shift. 6 games done, 2 more. That's all we got. 2 more to go, and the stakes are at an all-time high. There's only 1 spot available, and now we have 2 horses in the running. Whatever it takes in Na'Vi.
Yeah, it's pretty much clear cut. It's going to be those 2 here down the stretch. It just based on the results, whatever it takes, obviously has the edge. 2 back-to-back wins. That's impressive to say the least, but their kill towers continue to be impressive. 25 plus, it feels like, on average, except for 1 time where they finished underneath 20. Everything else has been at least 23, if not 25 kills plus. So they are really setting the bar high. And at the moment, outside of a couple of top placements where Na'Vi have finished top 3 with 1 win, they just have not been able to keep up, largely speaking, to what the average is being set at for whatever it takes. So 2 drops left. Na'Vi's got to make up some ground in a quick way.
Yeah, they do. And they have the experience, too. That's the big thing, right? Again, going back to their veteranship, this is the same trio that competed at Riyadh last year at the Esports World Cup for the first ever Esports World Cup for Warzone, and they placed 5th, even given the running to teams such as Falcons, right, or Fnatic, who were putting up wonderful numbers. They were 100% a talking point every single day, and especially the final day. So, you know, it's back against the wall. They've been here before. They've done that. They're going to be just fine. Again, Ken, whatever it takes, the young guns who have now a real opportunity, lock it in. You know, sometimes, even if you're winning and in the lead, for younger players who may not have had true success like the likes of Na'Vi, even if you're winning, that can still be the pressure, much like the pressure of having to have one final game where you're coming back. Sometimes being at the top is hard, you know, and I really do hope these young guns can, because again, one of the players is 18 years old, you know, so you're talking about like just eligible to even play this game at a competitive level. But whatever it takes, without question, I've been truly impressive. Chat was talking about them, saying, look, this is the team to watch. We knew they were the team to watch, the only team to beat Na'Vi during the group play.
Bang.
But color me impressed. They've exceeded my expectations. I expected Na'Vi to be leading by 30, 40, 60 points at this moment, but not the case whatsoever.
And there is another thing, again, just talking about, and you hit it on the head, the fact that whatever it takes, we talked about it at the beginning, they beat Na'Vi when Group B and Group C played in the open qualifier, that second phase of the qualification to get to this point anyways. But I think the thing that's most important, and really all we have to work off of, is like things like overall total point tallies and things of the nature. But you're talking about a Na'Vi team that had 148 points when they played up against Group D, 355 points when they played up against Group A, and then 88 points when they played up against Group B. So whatever it takes is holding them back from being able to not just find success by winning, but they're also limiting to how many kills Na'Vi's able to get. They're not just running around and slaughtering everybody. Whatever it takes is taking the majority of the kills away. And I think that's going to put a lot of pressure on Na'Vi to have to up their tempo, you know, and play with a little bit more conviction and rotate a little bit more quickly, and try to find a way to play in more high density spots to where they can find more kills in that early and mid game. So when they get to the late game, all they have to worry about is playing up against whatever it takes and not necessarily playing up against the kill tally that might be down when they get to that point. So crazy scenes.
Yeah. Well, you know, again, and I've been saying it, I'm a big fan of the play styles. Just to reiterate, you know, when we're talking about whatever it takes, they go chemical. When we're talking about Na'Vi, they go control. Each of them have their set rotations. If you're talking control with Na'Vi, they go from control, then they'll go to prison, then they'll most likely rotate back to control, then they'll usually go back up towards prison. They kind of go back and forth, and I think they're meeting their anchor. And in general, just cutting players off the rotation, especially those that are going from headquarters, or going from living, green, stronghold, who are rotating up. Like, they're pacing very well, and it clearly has worked out well for them. Now, for whatever it takes, going from chemical, they go from chemical, then most likely they'll go to bio, and then from bio they'll go to industry. They can switch it up in those 3 different POIs, but they similar play styles. Again, they land, go to the locker, get their kit guns, they'll get their PAs. Overall, both of the same play styles, and it's clearly working because that's why they're absolutely in first and second. Let's look at the standings from game number 6. We've got 2 more games remaining, and obviously we see back-to-back wins coming out from whatever it takes.
Yeah, in 27 kills. So we talked about them finding 40 points in the last game and being impressed by it. Now they've got 43.2, and they have blown expectations out of the water. They had the top tally in lobby 4 at 39 points, then 40, now 43. So it's not just that they're being consistent, they're getting better every single drop. On top of that, Team Light did finish in the top 3 with 20 total kills. So again, it's taking some of that away from what Navi's able to tally, and that keeps their differential at a very significant margin. Again, they're not making up ground. We're dealing with, again, a bit of a runaway in certain regards here for whatever it takes, thanks to how these last 3 lobbies have gone. And outside of drop number 3 where Navi was able to win, that's been the only time so far that Navi have held at least an edge into the head-to-head versus whatever it takes since we opened up this tournament. So this has been, again, not just like it happened once. It's happening over and over again, that whatever it takes are finding better and better lobbies than Navi in the last 3 in a row.
Whatever it takes, a tremendous game and a big gap potentially forming. They were already up by 10. Let's see what damage they did after their back-to-back wins.
Yeah.
And in first place at 213 to 185. Guys, whatever it takes now have the biggest lead we have seen so far in this tournament. And it's over what should be the most dominant team. That comes out to 28.6 points, which is a big game. So now we got to really think about it, okay? Because DVX, HDK, they're out of the running. We got 1 and 2, whatever it takes, versus Na'Vi. Is there a world where in the final 2 games, Na'Vi, really Na'Vi at this point, because whatever it takes doesn't need to change it, throws a Hail Mary and challenges, goes over towards Bio, goes over towards Chemical, and challenges the likes of whatever it takes? They are a team that can very well do that and win that fight. But is it worth it for them to do it? Because obviously they could very well be throwing their tournament away in game number 7.
I think if I know those 3 boys in Na'Vi the way that I do, I think what I'm going to predict here is that nothing's going to change on the drop. But as we've seen over the last 2 lobbies, where whatever it takes plays from the east side of prison, Na'Vi plays from the west side of prison in circle 2 and circle 3. If Na'Vi finds it down onto whatever it takes, I would be willing to wager that they will jump in and challenge them then. I think they're going to want full loadout challenges versus whatever it takes. Because there's the element of like DVX and HDK have also been floating in the middle of the map. And the last thing you want to do is, even if you feel like you can drop on top of whatever it takes and beat them, you don't want to be third-partied by HDK or DVX and then have your lobby be nullified as well, because then you're not making up your gap. I think it has to be somewhere in the middle of the drop. I think somewhere around prison, depending on the circle that we start to see pulled. I wouldn't be surprised if we get an East versus West, kind of Tupac versus Biggie, other side of the other sides of the prison. Who's going to have it, East Coast versus West Coast? I think that's where Navi's going to want to take their chances and try to take a battle versus them.
Yeah, that's a fair assessment without question. And also, too, on the flip end, Na'Vi with their veteranship might expect the young guns to choke, to put it simply. But I've been waiting. I've been waiting for them to drop the ball, and they haven't. Whatever it takes, shout out to you. You have been playing very well. You're showing veteranship yourself, even as young players as you are. Well done. Well done indeed. This next game, though, is going to be big and could very well set the tone for the last game. It's going to set the tone, but Na'Vi, if they can't close this gap at 28.6 points and it grows even further, game number 8, it might be all she wrote.
Yeah.
Whatever it takes might very well be the team moving on to Riyadh, which would be a big accomplishment. Again, that would be their first LAN shift, their first LAN ever, playing for $1 million prize pool. Come on, in Riyadh, that's insane.
And you got to remember that, this isn't just like a new team that if they qualify out of APAC, they're like, oh, cool, we're happy to be here. You would go into that event, again, hypothetically thinking that we stay on this, that you just beat the number 5 team at EWC last year. So you're almost thinking
and Na'Vi.
Yeah, we're just thinking we just seed stole from the team that just finished 5th. We can come out, we can win this thing. We can finish in the top 5 at least. It's not just we're happy to be here, thanks for having us. There's a real world that they are going to be coming into this thing, and that we've got a shot to do some serious damage. So it'll be fun.
That's insane. That's insane. Talk about rookie season coming out, your rookie tournament, your first ever LAN, and you get first place, dethroned in the Dynasty team. I know I'm getting really carried away when I say that, okay? I'm just theory crafted here. Hey, we've had a remake on the lobby. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, Game 7 coming your way.
One by one, you always come back like a curse. Lurking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you.
All right, here it is, chat. Game number 7. 2 more games remain for the Esports World Cup APAC Qualifiers Finals. 2 teams have a true shot at making it to Riyadh. Whatever it takes, currently in first by 28 plus points. And the Na'Vi, the favorites, not only in the qualifiers, but also in this qualifier finals, are in second place, trailing behind. The question is, can their veteranship, can their experience guide them to victory, or will the young guns of whatever it takes attend their first ever LAN in Riyadh to play for a prize pool of $1 million? Shift, let's find out.
Let's do it. Let's get involved, my guy. And just again, to reframe up the conversation that we had, we asked the question, how would you go about this if you are looking at from Navi's perspective? Do you want to challenge whatever it takes early? My wager is probably not. We all have also had 1 team drop out of the qualifier and 2 teams already fall and be eliminated in this lobby. So there is a level of, if you're Navi and you're seeing teams get squad wiped, your opportunity to farm up kills and make up the gap by way of getting more kills than whatever it takes becomes limited. So that may put a little bit more pressure on them to have to take that battle faster or sooner than they want to.
We see a lot of activity over in headquarters, or living quarters, excuse me, green especially. I'm always pointing it out, especially for those teams trying to come up from stronghold. Every roster you're going to see outside of whatever it takes in Na'Vi have to just have some Hail Mary games. The next 2 games have to be incredible. And I do want to also point out, you notice there's 13 teams to start off. 1 team did drop out. They're no longer playing. They chose to end their qualifying run a little bit early. That's going to be at least, I agree. I think, look, seriously, you close it out. I never like teams that don't go the distance. Granted, there is a caveat. If they have to leave, something happened, I understand fully, right? But if you're quitting just to quit because, hey, what's the point? Well, what's the point? You're now taking 3 eliminations minimum off of the map. You're taking potential points away from the teams who are trying to qualify. I know that seems sick and twisted and demented, but there is a real reason to play it all the way out. But hey, again, everybody has their own reasons.
Yeah, that's a big boo hiss moment for me, if it is something that is just
boo hiss.
Yeah, boo. You never heard that boo hiss?
Oh, boo hiss!
Yeah.
I heard boo hiss. I was like, what are you
No. Wow, we're hitting late night silly hours, but we're not that silly yet. But no,
I'm sorry.
Just
Okay.
Boo hiss. Let me articulate, enunciate a little bit better.
Yes. I got you.
But just kind of getting a tally on what's happened so far. Ooh, I don't know. Can we get the perspective of Na'Vi or whatever it takes or not? Because they're currently in battle with one another. So we talked about this in terms of how these 2 teams have dropped. One's on the west side of prison, the other drops on the east, and they often find themselves meeting in the middle, even at range at times. But they have found each other a little bit earlier than you would expect, and Na'Vi has challenged a little bit differently. They're not just rotating down to headquarters and then into prison. They took the northern route to try to maybe cut off that rotation from chemical to industry to see if they can get a look at this whatever it takes roster. But both teams had dropped a member, so both teams will back away and reset.
10 teams remaining. We've already lost 3. That's the quickest we've lost 3 so far today. To be expected. Again, teams now are getting antsy. They realize they're a little bit further down the leaderboard. They're getting aggressive. They realize our tournament life is at stake. There's no harm, no foul in fully committing for a fight and trying to get overly aggressive. And speaking of which, Na'Vi finally waking up from their slumber, but also OBS too. OBS, Teeny, and that crew from whatever it takes, finding some engagements too. This is pretty typical, and well, as we know it from Na'Vi, they love to rotate from control, move up towards prison. This time around, they might take the lower side. This is a bit different for them, but not too far away from the path where it seems obvious.
Yeah, and again, it's a different rotation. I don't think it's really compelled because of where the circle is. This just feels like they wanted to try to get a different look at whatever it takes from the north side of prison, where they, again, whatever it takes is continually rotated from chem to industry into the east side of prison. So there's a little bit of a challenge there, but nothing significant in terms of them facing contact. But, and I say that with some restriction. I think we just, if we can in production, just really just stick on those two teams. Like, I hate to break it to you, but these guys just don't matter. Na'Vi is still manipulating and moving around, yeah, to try to fight this team against whatever it takes. And now they've gotten 2 down. They're able to at least finish off both members, and now it just comes to, can they find the anchor? But regardless if they wipe him or not, this is still an opportunity to where you've taken away the opportunity for whatever it takes to get eliminations, and you can start ripping on some kills. But it looks like they are on the hunt, and they're trying to wipe out this whatever it takes team right here, right now.
Yeah, it's Zeppa. Zeppa's going to be the anchor. He's going to stay back on control. So chances of both teams, of course, whatever it takes, and Na'Vi getting eliminated are going to be pretty slim. But I do think the added pressure, as you mentioned and called it out rightly so, adjusting their rotation and the way that they obviously approach the fights of whatever it takes, getting the cutoff points, might put additional pressure to where now whatever it takes starts to kind of think, wow, okay, Na'Vi's here.
Big battle.
We've got to defeat them. If we want to put them in the grade and move forward to Riyadh, we have to go at them head to head. And while that head-to-head fight is taking place, and more often than not, it is Na'Vi taking the wins, they're just a great team and might even be the better team if they go head-to-head. Still yet to be seen, but Na'Vi's doing exactly what they need to do in order to try and dethrone and obviously cover that 28-point deficit.
And I want to say that they're moving their anchor up. Yeah, they're trying to really push the issue and press onto whatever it takes here, who now find themselves caught between 2 different squads because Team 6 is right behind this, and whatever it takes is getting the brute force of this particular play. Now, Na'Vi's also kind of stuck between a couple of squads. As you see, Canyu is playing on the backside of Docs and has got an angle to take out one. So whatever it takes gets a bit of a bailout right there. And Na'Vi will have to just wait on Levi to kind of hold this position while everyone else starts to fly back in. But the biggest part about this for Na'Vi is that they are moving their anchor a little bit further up towards that northern docks position. It looks like they do want to try to set themselves up to continue to fight. And now they're facing against third-party situations that has Zeppa just scrambling backwards trying to keep his life.
Ooh, Zappa's going to have some true pressure upon him. The rest of the team has to back away and help him. One teammate, I should say, is going to be flying in. They'll try and pincer. Zeppa might need to drop out of the window soon because this team is going to be coming up. And, you know, this is Blizzard and all them. It's shaky shots. We were kind of roasting them a little bit earlier, but it's a team that still you can't take lightly. In a 3v1, no matter how bad your team is, you still have to benefit them. Zeppa takes the fight very aggressively. He drops. They'll still be okay. Na'Vi's not at risk of being eliminated just yet, but Control, I think they're going to have to give it up.
Yeah, it does feel that way. And you swap the perspective to whatever it takes, and they just finish off another squad in their own right. So after being pressed by Na'Vi, able to recover as we get into circle number 3. And this is where the luxuries become a little bit more limited in terms of what more can Na'Vi do besides trying to set themselves up to play for the late game. Whereas whatever it takes has been able to regroup, regain, and now they're finishing off a team isolated on the north side of the industry to potentially set themselves up for a late game circle moment. Na'Vi's still in trouble, not in full form after their regen, and that's a play through dockside ship that has them once again kind of scrambling to get back together as a group of 3. Nice shots.
Great shots. Great shots. Yeah, they a rogue snipe, I believe, from a distance.
I agree, yeah.
Takes down Limax. Zeppa last alive for a little bit. Levi should get back onto his feet relatively shortly. Meanwhile, we transfer over to whatever it takes. Fully healthy, plenty of money. Obs could even buy another loadout if they so decide, but the point is they're very healthy, and Obs is going to be quite separated. He'll be the anchor at a spot where they won a game just a couple of games prior. Meanwhile, we hop back over towards Bio, which is the typical spot that whatever it takes likes to go to. 8 teams left in a lobby. We're just about to enter circle 3 closing and then move into circle 4, so still very early goings in the game, but the reality is a lot of players are already off of the map, and it doesn't help that we started with 13 instead of 14 teams. Back on board Levi once again trying to go against this whatever it takes roster.
Well, this is more of just Obs is going rogue right now and just channeling whatever he wants to, because he's got the self-res, he's got armor plates, he's got his teammates in a healthy position, so he can kind of make this route happen to see if he can open up space on the north side of what will be the circle, while Bray and Teeny are just doing their job as a duo on the other side of that industry kind of chemical position. Nice shots from Zeppa. He does actually get Winred out of the air, so it's another kill going to be tallied here for Na'Vi as they're still battling a little bit to get into a high ground position. They've got Team 7 in front of them, and they don't really know what else is over to the top of Prison because they haven't been able to fight in that same position that they had in the last handful of lobbies. So now they're going to work on it from the basement, try to get their way back up into position for some high ground control as the circle will converge in the middle of the map.
With 6 teams remaining, we're still on circle 4. Resurgence still active through this tunnel side up top. This is a very comfortable rotation for Na'Vi. They'll eventually make their way up to the top. They're gonna have to do it via stairwell though. The middle portion of the map hasn't been eliminated. Great shots, Levi impending his will.
Huge.
What? Great shots from Levi and Limax. That's gonna be another trio gone. Now down to 5, and more importantly, that gives them direct access to the roof.
Yep.
They'll have a team just up ahead of them. But the Wolfpack, the team shots, I mean, picture perfect.
Yeah, and now you've got a chance that you can see whatever it takes is playing the prison wall right now. They're setting themselves up for endgame. But Na'Vi has a chance with this high ground position to possibly third party a couple of squads that are still trying to rotate in. But it looks like all of our teams are in the new circle. Limax able to still find an angle from a window, and everyone's just kind of watching different locations. A little bit of a, you know, Bermuda Triangle of Na'Vi members set up around this western side or eastern side of the prison. But this battle with whatever it takes continues to echo on towards the wall, and whatever it takes, they're just going to be happy to sit back, throw their streaks on this position, and just sit back and wait. Levi will be downed by a nade, should be recoverable without too much issue. And it looks like whatever it takes is going to kind of hog this buy station and just set themselves up for the end game.
Ooh, so top prison is going to be so valuable. And even the second floor is not too bad, to be honest with you. But yeah, you can't throw a blast trap that far, but he gave his best effort. Pablo backing away. I've seen so many teams now try to finish off players with blast traps that it's actually comedy. They throw it like it's an impact, because, well, impacts obviously are, you can't use them, right? They've been banned in this tournament, which I do agree. I think that's a wonderful addition, and I'm really happy with the rule set this year when it comes to EWC. But blast traps, they're trying to throw it a mile, and they can only throw it a couple of feet.
We're in trouble here. Limax is down and out. Zeppa's the last one left. Levi has not been redeployed. So Na'Vi is going to be very stagnant right now. And again, because the buy station in the bottom of prison is being held by whatever it takes, Zeppa doesn't have an option here but to wait until this circle starts to move and hope he can find something. But it's just the 3 plates, 1v2 situation, and Na'Vi is out. That may be the end of their qualifier run, depending on what happens with what it takes here.
All right, Hobbs dropped. He'll be getting back on his feet. That was a PA that dropped him down. Obviously, it's a matter of how many people are going to have him in his line of sights. I like the rotation on the outskirts of prison walls. There is going to be a zip. They could potentially get up top if they so decide, but you've got the straggler onto the right-hand side. Question is, can you spot him? We saw Na'Vi in earlier games destroyed by a team that they weren't accounting for. If they hop through that window, they're going to be in trouble. Bray's about to take some shots. Actually, good trigger discipline to the player in the corner. He doesn't even fire a shot. He's still there and hasn't been spotted.
No way. Wait.
That's good. He doesn't even shoot.
Doesn't
what are you doing, Goo? You had a chance.
There's no more multipliers available. Like he just.
You're not in the running for top 3, Goo. Just fight.
Yeah, that's a crazy decision, but it is what it is.
That is wild, bro.
Yeah.
That is wild.
He's gonna have to rotate again too, is the issue. That's the funny thing about this. And maybe
he's got to rotate into
him. He may have been outside this window the entire time.
No, he was inside. Then he hopped out.
Are you sure?
I think
it's
so.
hard. It was so hard to tell because he was prone in that corner, but it's at the same level of the actual building itself.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure if he was actually outside or not. Regardless, you definitely heard Na'Vi, or not Na'Vi, whatever it takes running around. But
well, I mean, the way he's played, he's going for the win. God bless him. Okay, whatever it takes, still 3 strong. Navi's gone. Whatever it takes. Going into Game 8 already as it is are going to be looking incredibly healthy, most likely more than 30 points. If they can close this game out and finish off the remaining 4 squads, I mean, we're looking at whatever it takes with a very real and a very honest win during the qualifiers, and I do as well. You managed to get up that zip. You've got one more team to take out, and he's got the first shots, and he's going to get the first drop in a second. Whatever it takes is on fire, and Obs is leading the charge.
Yeah, dude, these guys are for real. That was such a mature rotation. Timing of when you hit it, knowing when you can make your play as the circle starts to close. Now you got the thermites placed inside the final circle. It's going to be a gas off to get this thing finished out. PA comes through, Obs able to finish off Shablis.
There it is.
And that should do it. This is just going to be down to, can you find that final member? Bray will drop, gas mask will expire, Obs will also fall, and they're gonna finish second, but
no way.
Oh,
or did they get first?
I don't think. I think the other guy in Team 6 was the last one left alive.
Let me double check. I've got Teeny up. I'm gonna see how it ends up playing off. But look, that's actually nuts. So if whatever it takes got second, either way, Na'Vi was finished off in fourth. You know, they had a 28-point lead. They're going to be leading by more than 30 going into the final game. Na'Vi truly at their wits' ends, and they're going to have to do something miraculous, which is crazy to say about Na'Vi, but truly something miraculous in the final game. And for whatever it takes, they've already won back-to-back in games 5 and 6. They might have won back-to-back-to-back, depending on that ending. Of course, I do believe they get second place, but the reality is, again, whatever it takes, Shift, they are making it happen.
I mean, and it's not like it's a fluke. They're doing everything that you would want to see in terms of a team that's worthy of being at the Esports World Cup. I mean, they're consistently finding the same amount of kills. I mean, that's over 20. It's probably averaging around 24 kills per drop. They're finishing in the top 3 almost every single time. They've been able to find ways to not just win, but to do it back to back. And then even there at the end, they're showing good mature rotations when they're not in the best of overall positions. You're dealing with a prison final circle where there's multiple floors where anyone could be. Your only play is to try to make something through the smoke, and they do so in a way that's absolutely brilliantly designed. So it's everything. It's checking all the boxes for me, and it goes to show that, like, that result that they had in the second phase of the road to the EWC when they played up against Na'Vi and were able to best them by about 30 points, that tally may be surpassed in this 8-game lobby. So it's been an unbelievable scene, and whatever it takes are in cruise control right now to qualify.
Yeah, whatever it takes. Did get second place. That is confirmed. But they got second place with 20 eliminations. It was Shablis, Rush, Win, Red, and their teammate who was able to get first place. So good on them for finally getting a win. But the reality is 7 games down. Whatever it takes, have victory within their grasp. They have one more game to solidify their spot to Riyadh. Can they do it? We'll find out after the break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to what is the final map of the Esports World Cup APAC Qualifier Finals. One spot up for grabs out of the 14 teams that came in today with the utmost confidence. Well, the reality is only 2 teams now have a shot, and one of those teams has a tremendous lead after that wonderful performance in second place, outperforming that of Na'Vi, most likely going into Game 8 with a 30-plus point lead shift. Whatever it takes, the young guns, who have been much rumored as an incredible team from the APAC region, are looking to make their way to Riyadh, and it's more now a reality than ever before.
It's not just reality, it is an immediate circumstance pending you don't choke it. It's right there. It's been knocking at the door for you the last couple, and now you've let it into your home. Just don't let it be a bowl at a china shop right now and throw anything away. And the other side of this is like, Na'Vi has to do something in the scheme of things crazy. Like, legitimately, It has to be crazy. The only bit of good news for Na'Vi is that they mitigated some of the damage that could have come through, only dropping 6 total points, not even that, to what happened in that last game. So the overall gap is not unachievable, but they have to do something that is completely unorthodox and something that's completely wild, because it's do or die. There is no such thing as just sitting here and being happy with second. You have to be the one team from the region at the top of the leaderboard at the end of this game. So they have to drop in, and I think they have to take the battle early. And with that in mind, I think if you're whatever it takes, being the new younger squad on the table, do they have the maturity to know that, hey, if on your drop-in, if you see Na'Vi challenging you on the drop-in, we got to bail. We got to get out of here, because the gap right now is pretty significant. You're talking about 34 points. That's a lot. That would take a really good win to make that up if you don't get any kills at all, if you're whatever it takes. So just don't throw this one away if you're whatever it takes.
Okay, so 34.2 points, as you've said, very doable. If I'm whatever it takes, I'm playing my save game, obviously. It's worked. It's worked since the beginning. It continues to work now. The reality is, for whatever it takes, all they have to do is just match pace, or even half match the pace that of Na'Vi, make it to the ends, get a couple eliminations here and there, and there's just no way Na'Vi can win. The worst case scenario, for whatever it takes, they drop. They get finished off early. Na'Vi then has the rest of the lobby to work with whatever it takes completely gone. And quite honestly, Shift, I think that's what it's going to take for Na'Vi. It's going to take whatever it takes being finished off early on, which leads to, of course, the same typical theories. Does Na'Vi land on whatever it takes and fully commit to it? At this point, they really do have nothing to lose. In the past games, maybe they've been waiting on whatever it takes to slow down. Maybe their young prowess, or maybe their inexperience, maybe they get nervous and they drop the ball, but they yet to drop the ball. And even if they do drop the ball early on in Game 8, doesn't guarantee Na'Vi is going to be able to clear the 34.2 points needed. So this is the danger zone, and we're going to have to see Na'Vi reach a level that they haven't reached before. We're talking about LAN, last year EWC performance style of play. They've got to put it all on the line, and Shift, I'm saying it, they've got to challenge whatever it takes. Leave control, go over towards Bio, and get the job done.
Yeah, because here's the other part about this. We have one team who's voluntarily left the action, and others that are dying in the first 15 seconds on the drop. So even if they do wipe whatever it takes, finding the kills they need to make up the gap is going to be hard to do, and you can see it. They're looking for him, and there may just be pistol battles to start. Both teams are just floating on top of one another, trying to figure out. They absolutely are. It's just trying to figure out how they want to try to play off of one another, and Na'Vi is going to be landing over towards the right side, maybe even right behind them here at Industry, and then it's going to be a battle over at Bioweapons. Limax has already dropped, though. It's pistol battles.
Okay, it's a pistol battle. We're in desperation mode. Limax is gone, like you said. Bray gets to finish onto him. Zeppa forced to back away. You have Na'Vi. You've got whatever it takes, both number 1 and number 2 respectively, landing on each other. This is Na'Vi's last-ditch effort. They must do this. And guys, quite literally, this whole tournament could go to the way of whatever it takes if they could just somehow, some way finish off Na'Vi within the next couple of minutes.
And here's the thing about trying to challenge someone else on their drop zone. How well do you know this best location. Because yes, the opening pistol battles are right in front of you, but where are the boxes? Where is the best loot possible to get yourself in the fastest fighting form? As everyone's back into the action once again, all the resurges are back, all of the redeployments are back. We're gonna get a 3v3 with just basic ground loot between our top two teams.
Now, I will say this, because Na'Vi is so focused on whatever it takes at the moment, Shift, if whatever it takes can just extend this fight, Na'Vi is so focused on them that they're not focused on the rest of the lobbies. They're not clearing the 34 points that is needed to come back. And meanwhile, squads are being eliminated. Eliminations are starting to fall to the wayside. So this is a win in my book if I'm whatever it takes. And matter of fact, they're even finding some ways to pick up some eliminations. And there's Hobbs onto Levi again.
Yeah, Levi just gets caught looking into the window. I think there's a level of, yeah, Levi and the rest of the crew were trying to find the isolation, knowing that in the kill feed, there was a member for whatever it takes who had a battle versus Team 13. And now it's just down to Limax. Last one left for Na'Vi. Has he stayed alive long enough for the redeployment to come through? Looks like he has just barely, but this has not gone to plan right now for Na'Vi, and now you're stuck because you just cannot drop into this with pistols. There's just been too much loot that's been collected here for whatever it takes, and they may have just secured their spot in Saudi Arabia.
They very well might have. They've already picked up a plethora of eliminations. Na'Vi, great efforts, and honestly, the right call. But the pressure's still on. They can't go anywhere. They're getting finished off. As soon as they land, they're getting finished off. And OBS has been the one leading the charge at 3 eliminations. I cannot believe it. Whatever it takes, or holding on tight. They're showing veteranship despite them never going to a land before. This team wants it. I was listening to Teeny, excuse me, just a little bit earlier while we're on break heading into game 8. They're like, hey, pause comms, but you could see it in the energy. You could see it in the way that they were talking. They want this. They're confident, and they realize they're one game away from going for Riyadh.
Yeah, I will say, and just to play the other side of the fiddle here, whatever it takes has had the mature set up in terms of getting themselves down on the ground. Don't get too chaotic. Do not lose track of other teams that could be around you. But that said, Na'Vi is back on a different part of the map, and we still have all 13 teams left. So there is a level here to where, yes, there's been some significant damage to your comeback opportunity because whatever it takes outslayed you. And so their kill tally is going to be essentially even with you. But there is still a chance you can get them wiped off the floor before they start to get major multipliers. So it just comes down to, you got to run, you got to gun, you got to send all 3 members forward. You cannot just sit back and anchor. You need to start wiping teams, or at least wiping players out quickly.
That's it. Well, Limax has been finished off, and we'll be on board with Levi, who's pushed up by himself. Best case scenario, I mean, really, he's going to be in 1v3s, and, well, here's going to be a 1v2 at least in front of him. He does have a player on this off angle. In fact, this can be whatever it takes.
Shots.
Whatever it takes, have pushed tremendously forward. They continue to challenge Na'Vi. But did they block more than they can chew? Well, maybe so. That's 2 gone, and only 1 more remains.
That was insane from Levi, just finessing the drop box, able to find 2 of the whatever it takes members in a position to where, yes, he had a little bit of high ground superiority, but Levi is cooking right now. Finishing off Bray as another, and there's an opportunity to possibly push a little bit further forward here. Zeppa's being held back as he knows he's got 1 member around him from Team 11. But that was an insane individual moment from Levi, and it gives Na'Vi an outside chance.
Zeppa can't hit the shots needed. He'll fall. That's the anchor player, and now that puts risk on the other 2 who have pushed up. Granted, they're going to be safe, at least for the time being. Levi will fall. Zeppa scanning the horizon. Where do I go? Where do I land? How can I regain? Well, he's going to be going to the boat, but he's running headfirst into a player that's already established his position on the boat. And he's forced to go into the water to fight with the pistol. He misses the shots, and he will drop and hold up. Who's been eliminated?
That's Team 1. Limax fell. That's it. Na'Vi's out of the picture. Whatever it takes is going to qualify from the Asia Pacific region. And they've done it in a way that really, again, for me, it checks all of the boxes. Talking about this Na'Vi team from last year, they played that kind of boat top dock position through control. They kind of floated their way through a lot of the lobbies at EWC. They ended up mustering a top 5 position, but the way that Whatever It Takes is playing, how they're able to stop Na'Vi from rotating from position to position, putting themselves in their own right into spots to where they're finding high density rotations and coming away victorious in a lot of the battles. And then also on top of that, just their ability to collect wins, do it back to back, and also showcase that when their backs are up against the wall, they have to make gas plays happen in final circle moments. They keep their cool, and they're successfully able to still pull out wins when that happens. They are checking all the boxes, and they should be the team that qualifies from APAC.
Absolutely should be. I don't see how they couldn't. I mean, Navi's already gone. What a historic moment. You called it best. You said during the qualifiers, Whatever It Takes, the only team to beat Na'Vi during the group play matches. And in this case, the only team to beat them during the qualification process, especially where it mattered most. They were unwavering in their faith, unwavering in their confidence and ability to make it to Riyadh, and they've managed to do it. And they're going to go to their first ever LAN to play for $1 million. Absolutely unreal. And the challenge the likes of Team Falcons, right? Hamoud, like the greats who have played so well, Aiden and co, just unreal to say the least. Now can they close out with a win? Well, that's the big question. Finish off with 3 wins for the day. That would be an impressive stat line for sure. It definitely would be, and I know they'd be super happy with it, but at this point in time, they're legends in my book.
No, I agree. I mean, this is a region that, you know, again, just kind of looking at what spots are being kind of afforded to who qualifies for EWC. I thought that this was a region that deserved more than just one qualifier based on Navi's position as a top 5 team last year. It felt like there was maybe more in store in APAC. I would have loved to have seen 2 teams qualify from here, but that's just what you get. It's a 1-spot region, and the battle could not have been tighter. I mean, just to think about the fact that it wasn't just these 2. I mean, yeah, we started the narrative there, but there were tons of levels of looking at the other teams that really thwarted, you know, kind of those opening narratives and put themselves in positions, talking about your, you know, HDKs, your HDKs and your DVX. Yeah, I keep getting those 3 initials confused. But like,
you want to say DMX?
I do want to see DMX again. But it's just like those 2 teams also came into the picture very quickly and held their spot in that picture for quite a while. It just comes down to this Whatever It Takes team and this Na'Vi squad in the head-to-head. It continues just to lean so slightly towards Whatever It Takes.
Wow, I cannot wait. Hopefully, unconfirmed, to be over at the Esports World Cup in Saudi and watch this team just play unreal, just genuinely unreal. But I will say this, from a collective perspective, watching the APAC region, I'm very impressed. I really am. You know, this is a region that's underrepresented in terms of screen time. You know, granted, last year for the Esports World Cup, we didn't qualify, or we didn't cover any of the qualifiers. Yeah. You know, so this is great that we're doing it this year. We're giving coverage, we're giving respect to the teams, and more importantly, forming more of a narrative heading into the Esports World Cup this year. But APAC, you know, I don't think there was any watch parties previously for this region, so there's a lot of questions of who's good, who's who. Obviously, Na'Vi was very much within our line of sights, but now watching them qualify, yeah, we had some hiccups in the beginning, maybe some late games, you know, just a rocky start, but the way that we finished makes it all worth it, right? The means justify the ends, and it's been such a pleasure watching each and every roster, because like you said, it wasn't just Na'Vi, it wasn't Whatever It Takes, but DVX, lights out, had some great moments and ended up getting a win. HDK, just a wonderful job across the region, and it makes me excited to watch APAC moving forward. I mean, I don't know, the sky's the limit, and some of these players might even switch regions, as we've seen in the past. You know, come over to the NA side of things, go over to the EU side of things, and just catapult their career in such a positive way.
Yeah, there's just, the world just becomes wide open, you know, when you get the opportunity to play on a global scale, on a stage that is unrivaled. Let's be honest, like it's just a top-notch, over-the-top production that, again, it just puts a level of sincerity into what you're doing and just makes it all feel super worthwhile. So we'll keep enjoying this victory run right here for Whatever It Takes, who are really not letting off. I'll be honest with you, like they're still playing this one all the way out. And again, it's just, I think that just goes to show the maturity that they have, the desire that they have to try to win everything. I think you just cannot ever be satisfied, especially coming out of a region that, like you mentioned, just has not really been at the forefront of the conversation for what Warzone's brought to the table. There's been moments, there's been, you know, sightings, I guess you could say, in terms of squads that have showcased what can potentially come out of Australia. You've got multiplayer world champions in Pred, you've got, you know, Shox and Luca and all those guys that have continually been a major threat in multiplayer. And then you get Limax and Levi and Zeppa, these guys that were top challengers players into the Warzone space. They've done well to represent their region in this particular form of Call of Duty. But now you've got new contestants, and it's not like a changing of the guard necessarily, but it is an introduction of more members to the press, so to speak.
Whatever it takes, still alive, trying to close it out on a high point with a big win to make it 3 for today. It's a chance OBS will fall. Still, I think at least 1 or 2 still remaining. Yeah, there is going to be 2. You see it on your map there as Devour's deep into the gas. So just keep playing it out. Devour, a great day, and honestly a strong finish. You got to give a shout out to him with 10 eliminations and not stopping there. I love that these teams are playing it till the very end. They're not quitting. They want to make the most of their moment here on stream, and rightly so. You never know what kind of impact you're going to make. Squad 3 wiped down to our top 2. Sussy, Kitten, Hurrah, and Co. going against the last remaining members of team number 8. So we'll have a new winner once again to finish off the final game, which is always exciting. It's either going to be Hurrah, Sussy, Kitten, which I believe it's definitely going to be them. They've got the high ground. There's Flex Storm in them, so that's a team that won a little bit earlier from Team Light. They won game number 2, so congratulations to Sussy, Kitten, Hurrah, Inks for getting this big no, as he dies to fall damage, but luckily his teammates, that would have been awful. But hey, that's okay, you still get the win. That's what matters, and they'll finish off strong with game number 8 victorious. Sussy, Kitten, huge fan of the name. Robbie's Goons, baby. Robbie's Goons get the win. But whatever it takes, the champions of the Esports World Cup APAC Qualifier Finals, they move on to Riyadh, and rightly so. They played so very well from start to finish, and they will be a powerhouse trio going to Riyadh, playing for $1 million, representing themselves, and honestly catapulting their career shift. This is where it starts, and they earned it.
Yeah, and just taking a look at it, they averaged 24 kills per drop before we got to lobby number 8. That's terms crazy. Of like, I'm just doing the quick little spreadsheet. I won't even call it math. It does it for me. So 24 on average for total kills, 34.5 average points per drop. That is really good, considering that, again, we moved how the multiplier works. Like, as much as a top 5 should mean a lot, and it does, winning doesn't necessarily matter as much in terms of how the multiplier works. But the fact of the matter is, you're still putting 24, times 1.4 almost every single time, and coming away with 35 or so points per drop is pretty astounding, considering that you look across the rest of the leaderboards and no one else was really able to really get much above 30. Like, Navi had a couple of games that got over 30 points, but whatever it takes was far and clear cut above the rest of the pack here in APAC.
Insane, man. Whatever it takes. Shout out to you guys. Just unreal, unbelievable, and a chance to make history. But let's sober it up a bit. Navi, a team that so many fans wanted to be at the Esports World Cup and repeat their success from last year with 5th place, maybe even going further. Well, their dreams unfortunately come to an end, but that's how these tournaments go. And qualifiers, nothing is guaranteed. For Navi, hold your heads up high. You played incredibly well, and man, I would love to see you guys compete at the next Esports World Cup, or of course, obviously going into the World Series of Warzone, which has been announced. Would love to see you all compete there, because your job isn't finished. You have a long road ahead of you, along with the others from the APAC region. Shift, it's been a wonderful day, and it's been a pleasure working with you. What's your final words as we get out of here?
Keep that stuff up. as you start to look towards, Riyadh, if you're whatever it takes. I think that, again, there's a lot to love about how they played. I think it's not just how they form off the drop. I think it's great how they rotate. I think it's great how they play with an advantage. But I also think there's a level of good veterancy, good decision-making when they have difficult situations. The only thing that's going to be different as we start to dig into things like Saudi Arabia groups and possibly finals for these guys is that you're not going to be dealing with a final modular circle of 3 teams left. It's going to be 6 teams, 7 teams, 8 teams left in round 5, round 6. So managing the chaos, I think, is everything. I think you just got to make sure your comms are clear, you're clear cut on what decisions you want to make, and then just make sure you're not flooding, because that's where I think a lot of the younger teams can kind of get a little overwhelmed in those tight moments as you start to add more competitive sauce on top of this cake.
More competitive sauce on top of the cake. That's how we'll close it out, baby. I love it. It's been a great day. It really has. That does it for APAC. But let's not forget, LATAM South still needs to qualify. There's 1 spot available there. Of course, you got the EU qualifier still to take place, along with good old North America. Plenty of qualifiers to go, and a lot of unanswered questions. Who will still punch their ticket for the Esports World Cup? Well, we'll find out all that and more on our future broadcast. But all good things must come to an end. This is one of those good things coming to an end. For myself, Taylor Reflections Noble, I hold shift, our production crew, and you in chat, thank you so much for being here. Hit that follow button because there's more qualifiers to come. We would love to have you on our next broadcast.
Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go.